Linnell, let's have a day. It's the Burgundy Gold pregame show on 106.7 The Fan and the team at 980. Washington looking to get to 7-2 for the first time since you were born.
I don't think I was thought about.
I was 1.5 years old. I wasn't even. I was 1 year old.
So what is the official date? Because I'm an idiot and I've been screaming 1996 all week.
It was 1996.
So I wasn't even thought of.
Yeah,
I'm a 97. I wouldn't even have thought. And I saw our guy Alex Flum at DC News Now. He posted a baby picture. It was amazing. And it got me thinking, like, wow, we're really all young as hell.
We are. We're
in a euphoric state.
We really are. This team has the opportunity to get there. They got the New York Giants today. This is the second and final matchup with the Giants this season. We know how that first matchup went, Linnell. But really, before we get into today's matchup, we do have to talk a little bit about last week. I know people are kind of over the Hale Jaden play. I'm not. It was one of the best plays we've seen in quite some time here. And the team is riding an insane high this week based off of that play. The NFL put out some numbers. Jaden Daniels accounted for like 50% of hits on social media this week because of that play.
We have a star.
We have a legitimate superstar.
And it's okay to be accepting of that. It's okay to buy the jersey. It's okay to fawn over the team. This is a special moment in the history of this organization. And I'm glad that this past week we were able to embrace it. But I'm back to the grind because this team has an opportunity to go 7-2. And it does not get any easier from here on out in terms of opponent. And I think all of us here locally, and I was listening to you and Kevin this week, all of us here locally, it feels like we expect this group to get to 11, potentially 12 wins. There's some work they got to do to get there. And today, you're supposed to roll the way you rolled over Carolina. You're supposed to roll the way you rolled over Cleveland. If you don't do that, but you still get the win, I'm fine. But this is, I'm sorry, must-win territory for me. You cannot fart around with the New York Giants, an organization that could look completely different next year at this time. Or maybe by season's end in terms of what they're going through. So
I'll call this a gotta-win game. Maybe not a must-win. I don't know that we're there yet, but it's a gotta-win kind of game. And, I look back at, you mentioned the Panthers. I will look back at the Cardinals. I'll look back at the Browns. I take the Bengals out of it because even though their record isn't great, I still see them as a good team. I take the Bears out of this as well because the Bears I still think are a solid team, right? But those other teams that I had mentioned, Arizona, their record is 4-4. They're kind of all over the place. Cleveland stinks. The Panthers stink. The Giants are not a good football team. They have good players. I think their defense is pretty decent, but not great. Their offense is not good. Outside of Malik Neighbors, Tracy's pretty good. But outside of them, not a good offense. Washington this year has decimated bad football teams.
Yes.
That needs to be the standard today. It's easier said than done because you've already played them once. But think about how different this team is now from week 2.
100% different.
So different. And the Giants are already
bad.
They're without another kicker.
Yeah, I saw that last night. I'm like,
kicker.
So Greg Joseph, they put him on IR? Is that what the move was? He's dealing with some sort of lower body injury. But yeah, when I saw that, I went, this is the juju. This is what it's like to be on the good side of stuff. Because for years it'd be our guy. And I know there's some question and some pause for concern about Brian Robinson and his status. And this is what's interesting. I know I'm jumping all over the place here. I thought B-Rob's knee was the issue. So he was listed with a hamstring all week. I thought it was his knee.
So it was his knee the first time.
Then
it felt like
it's a
against Chicago, it was a hamstring injury.
Yeah, it's tough. And that, whether or not he is available or not, in my opinion, really could impact the outcome of this game. Because I know people are going to look at the Giants. We say they're a bad team. They are a bad team. But if you can't run the football against them, and I'm not saying we can't run the ball without Brian Robinson. I'm just looking at the data here. The two best defenses we've played this year, Baltimore and Chicago, in my opinion, correct? Both of those games, I felt like they got away from the run game.
Yeah, I'd say correct. Maybe Tampa, but I would say those three are the best.
And in those games, you got away from the run game. Baltimore obviously has a large part to do because you did not have Brian Robinson's services. You potentially could be in that same scenario today. And it makes the task more difficult, but not to the point where it's not achievable.
It does worry me a little bit in
Just
terms
a
of the
little bit.
flow of the offense, how they seem to be completely different without Brian
It's
Robinson.
needed, yeah.
I love Cliff. I think he does a really good job when it comes to balancing the run and the pass when Brian Robinson is healthy. But it is alarming that when he's not healthy, they seem to very much deviate from it. And I know Eckler is not the same kind of running back that B Rob is. I know McNichols is not the caliber of running back that B Rob is, but you still have to keep defenses honest, especially considering who they have right in the middle of that defensive line, because Dexter Lawrence is one of the best players in the NFL, not just in the NFC, not in the NFC East. At that position, he might be the best in the NFL now that Aaron Donald is gone. So you got to keep him honest. You can't just allow him to get after the passer. You want him to be as busy as possible throughout the entirety of the game.
And the ironic thing about the first meeting is Washington handled the Giants front in the second half, I would say, pretty well.
Yeah.
Jaden ended up getting sacked, I believe it was 5 times on the day, but 4 of those came in the first half. And as we remember that game, the plan, that was the first time, right, that we said, oh, snap, they can throw the football for real. Like, this is a legit passing game. This isn't some gimmicky college offense. Because you remember how week 1 went. There was a lot of Jaden running and working off of broken plays. That second half of the Giants game really, to me, signified the turnaround of this offense. Not as if they were bad in week 1, but from an efficiency standpoint, what we saw in week 2 is, to me, kind of set the stage for what this offense has become. And I think today's another opportunity for them to step on it, man.
There's nothing to me that I find to be more of a washed thought.
Yeah.
Because we've talked a lot about that week 2 game this year. Then, what if the Giants had a kicker? I do think, well, I understand and I would admit there is some legitimacy behind that. If they had a kicker, that would be very different. But I think you could also take that same line of thinking of playing the what if game and say, well, what if Washington converted 2 plays? And then all of a sudden that 3-point win is now a double-digit 2-score win. And at the time, when we were lining up for that Bengals game, we were having that conversation much more in depth, and it made sense because we hadn't seen the rest of this Washington offense. And then that Bengals game happened, and it really was, wow, if they convert, they can march down the field every single time.
Do this thing.
And then we saw that against Arizona carried over a little bit. They can march down the field every single time. So I look at this game from a significantly different lens, viewing it that way, knowing that this offense was not as good as they are now in that first matchup. Now they're significantly better. They're significantly more confident. And, oh, by the way, Jaden practiced this week. Which last week in Chicago, I know he didn't practice that week. So now that he's practicing, I'm expecting there to be a lot more consistency offensively and not get yourself into positions where you're 3 and out and punting the football.
Yeah, and I think this also shows from the coaching staff standpoint, from Jaden's standpoint, like how well you actually prepare. Because the first time a defense is getting to see you twice, they know what to expect from you.
Yeah.
Not only do they have other game tape on you, but, you've already played them. So I'm curious to see. But I know Washington only scored 21 points. The Giants' plan wasn't very good for Washington offensively. They ran roughshod. It was the debut of exotic smash mouth football. 35 carries, 215 yards, 6.1 yards a pop. Like, they ate on the ground. And I think that should be the formula today, Denton, whether Brian Robinson is active or not. I can give a damn. At this point, running the football is a part of this team's identity, and it's a lifestyle choice, not something that should be dependent upon B-Rob being active. So, yeah, I was a little annoyed last week. I counted it and charted it. It was 15 straight plays. Now, obviously, he was probably hurt, where Brian Robinson didn't touch the football. And I just think there's a different dynamic that type of back brings to this team. So much so that I'll go out on a limb and say, man, we're all geeked up about acquiring a corner, an edge rusher, a receiver potentially. I need another one of those big, bruising, don't want to tackle you in the third and fourth quarterbacks, because I can't be dependent upon B-Rob the rest of the way. Not saying he's not dependable, but you want to protect yourself.
But, this is also the second injury that he's had.
Yeah, but I'm not at all trying to say, I don't think there's an injury concern.
He's the truth, but you do have to take into the reality of a hamstring injury sucks.
Yes.
At least with a knee thing, there's a much more realistic timetable. A hamstring injury can be something that you're done for a week. I mean, he could play today. We're going to know in 40 minutes whether he's playing or not today. But they could also be one of those things where he's gone for 3-4 weeks.
And then you're like,
well, we need to figure something out here. Now, I'm looking at numbers, Linnell, and despite the fact that the personnel for the Giants make a lot of sense up front, they're actually incredibly awful at stopping the run. They're averaging
Yeah.
giving up 141.8 yards per game, which makes it all the more important that you have to run the football with or without Brian Robinson. I mean, Austin Eckler, this, if I remember correctly, we saw this a little bit against Tampa, but it really felt like against New York was the time where you saw Austin Eckler, who averaged 4.8 yards a carry, nearly 5 yards a carry for Eckler. He would never get tackled to the first hit.
Yeah.
Never. I want to see, like, where has that version of Austin Eckler been? It feels like we've been missing in action a little bit. I want to see that. If Brian Robinson can't go, if he's limited, I need to see that version of Austin Eckler that's getting to the second level of the defense every time he touches the football and just pinballing off dudes.
I agree with you. It feels like Eckler's impact has been limited here, really, since that Cincinnati game. I mean, Cleveland, I thought he played well, too. Did some nice things in that one. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Did he play versus Cleveland? Pretty sure
he played. Yeah, he didn't play against Arizona. That was the Jeremy McNichols scored twice game where he was out with the concussion.
But it feels like, yeah, I agree with you in that there's been, that lack of pop from him. I think it's a usage thing as well. I don't think they've been, specific and intentional rather about getting him the football. So that's the one thing I also would want to see. But this is my concern with this football game is if you can't run the ball, and I think you should be able to. Because the Giants, every metric you listed, they're not good at stopping the run. But if you can't run the ball against this group and you become one-dimensional with no Cornelius Lucas today, you get a full serving of Brandon Coleman, whatever that means. I think he's going to be fine. But the reality is our offensive tackles have just not played a full, lion's share of a game yet. That just hasn't happened. So I worry about fatigue. I worry about stuff like that because you haven't done it before. But their pass rush, talking about the Giants, this is the best pass rush in football right now. They're leading the NFL in sacks. And it's not just Dexter Lawrence. It's Azeez Ojulari. It's Brian Burns. They're getting after folks.
I mean, they got dudes on that defense.
They got some dudes up front. So if you don't create that balance offensively, and if you get yourselves in these obvious passing situations on a down in, down out basis, as good as our offensive line has performed, it's a different animal. And they already gave up 5 sacks to this group. Granted, it was week 2. A lot of things were different, but I do worry. The running game is huge, and it feels like we say it every week, but that's who this team is right now.
Yeah, they're a run-first team. I do want to go a little bit more in-depth on the Brandon Coleman stuff. We got Kevin Sheen who's going to join us in about 15 minutes here on the show. But coming up next, there was a report that surfaced yesterday that leaves a lot of us with optimism about the future of this organization. We're going to dive into that when we return. It's your Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and on our YouTube page. Timing is everything, Linnell. You know this. I know this. It's the Burn Eagle pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham, 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. We're also on YouTube, so lock in with us on YouTube. Brian Robinson tweeted literally 3 minutes ago, "I'll be back stronger," flexing emoji, hashtag raise hail.
Okay.
The reports were that he was questionable for today. I would imagine, I don't think this is me looking too deep into a tweet. If you're tweeting, "I'll be back," it does not mean you're going to be back in an hour and a half.
If you're tweeting, you're going to be back. It probably means
you're not today.
There.
Might be there, but not going.
Yeah, there, but not going.
Might be chilling in some nice Commander's gear on the sideline, the winter attire.
I actually like the decision. I mentioned this briefly Friday night when I went on my diatribe about how they need to acquire another running back because I just don't. It said a lot about Chris Rodriguez that he got 0 carries against Baltimore. And I know they're going to say, well, Justin Matabuke or Nnamdi Matabuke and their interior defensive line and their best run defense. I give a damn if you're the best run defense, second best run defense. That doesn't mean you just don't run the football. They can know what play you're running all day long. If you just out execute, you can run the football.
Especially with running the football where it literally is man on man.
It's just man on man.
Brutality. Who is more brutal?
And I like our guys. We're a pretty nasty group. I'm starting to find out. But with Robinson, think about what's coming up here. You don't need him today. You shouldn't need him today. This is the New York Giants you're playing. Your stretch of ball that you're getting ready to go into, where next week is the black and blue bowl is what I'm going to call it. You got Pittsburgh, and then you travel to Philly on a short week.
That Philly game is the one
you're going to be beat the hell up
on everybody's calendar. It should be circled. It's a Thursday night game. You're on the road, and this is a team in your division that is playing so well to the point where they are now the betting favorite in the division. Not that that's a be-all, end-all. Not that it's gospel.
Makes for good radio.
It does make for good radio, but it's worth noting that their offense is now clicking in a way that it wasn't the first few weeks of the season.
So I ask you this. You rather have B-Rob for New York? You'd rather have him for Pittsburgh and Philly.
You'd rather have Pittsburgh and Philly.
I'm worried about his availability for Philly because it's a short week. This is not something with Robinson that's just going to get better. This is now something that I believe will linger throughout the remainder of the season. And it's going to be all about how they manage this. If he doesn't play next week against Pittsburgh, I may be okay with it. That's why you need another back, though, Denton.
Well, that segues us into the story that I wanted to touch on. Because yesterday on a Saturday, normally we don't get these kind of scoops on Saturdays, but Adam Schefter put out a story and he was doing some television and podcast work. And the main crux of what he said was that people want to be in Washington. There are players across this league that are telling their agents and their representation ahead of the trade deadline on Tuesday, and maybe just for free agency this upcoming offseason, that they want to get to Washington. And as God is my witness, Linnell, I did think there would be a point where this would be our reality. I certainly didn't think it would be, 4 months into the season with a new head coach in Adam Peters.
I mean, it's crazy to read. And I didn't watch the video. I'm kind of just, sorted through the text. And, it's really a big Commanders fluff piece. But the key is what you said at the beginning. In recent weeks, there have been players who privately stated or told their agents that they want to be traded to the Commanders. Like that, I immediately start to think, well, who the hell wants to come here? And I'm not saying that like, well, why would you want to come here? I'm saying like I genuinely want to know.
I would like to know.
Spill the tea. Like who wants
let's do some rankings here. Do we want this person? Do we not want this person? Because I can tell you there are a number of teams or a number of players rather that I look at and I'd be very interested in. It's actually impacting the way that I am rooting for teams today. Because I've been very upfront about this. Yeah. I'm a very big fan of Joe Burrow and Cincinnati Bengals. Not the Bengals. I just care about Joe Burrow.
Yes.
However, if they lose today, they're 3-6. Do you need to keep Trey Hendrickson around if you're 3-6? Trey Hendrickson would be very nice here.
Wow.
You look at the Cleveland
Make my
Browns,
heart palpitate.
They're 2-6 right now. They got a couple of DBs. If they drop to 2-7, you going to pay those DBs? I could make a home for them. I can point them in direction on where they could live near the facility.
I'm about to say Ashburn is your stopping ground.
Like I know some places for you.
But this is my thing when it comes to the trade deadline. Like I love the report that came out, but in reality, like I would love, I'm sure that's what all of Monday and Tuesday's radio will be filled with. I would love to know what fans think is the biggest need. What do fans want? Because I think now you add running back to that mix. I want another back. But I look at corner to me is that spot where I'm like, if they could get another serviceable corner and then kick Mikey back to the slot, are you cooking with gas defensively? Are you able to get more versatile in the secondary? Because I think one thing Joe Witt's been upfront about is when you have to have trust in your back end to manufacture pressure up front, quote unquote, meaning send extra guys, blitz, and things of that nature. I'm not so worried about the pass rush at this point. I think they need more opportunity to work.
So how much does today influence that? You got Malik Neighbors today. The last time that Malik Neighbors played Washington, he had 10 receptions, 127 yards, and a touchdown, but he was targeted 18 times.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever seen a receiver targeted 18 times.
That was amazing.
In this organization. Now, he's been hurt a little bit, right? But he's back and he's played the last couple of weeks. Last week against Pittsburgh, he had 7 receptions on 13 targets. If they play well against Malik Neighbors, and I don't know if that's St. Juste, if it's Sanders still, Forbes, whoever, maybe it's a combination. Noah I think he's been playing really well this year. If they play well against Malik Neighbors, does that impact the way that you want a corner? Because now you're at the point where you only have a couple of days to decide. And the unfortunate reality is there aren't a lot of like truly great corners that are going to be on the market. I mean, I've seen the Tre'Davious White name thrown around. I've seen Greg Newsome from Cleveland thrown around. If you're silly, you throw out Denzel Ward, even though we know Cleveland's not trading Denzel Ward.
Yeah.
But there's not like a ton of great corners that could be available. However, we've seen that Adam Peters can kind of work magic that we are not accustomed to seeing happen.
I'll tell you this. There's one guy I continue to look to that if things go bad, and I don't know the cap hit or how it will work because I think he just got paid. If Miami drops to 2-7 today, how are you not calling about Jalen Ramsey?
Real quickly, just to confirm, Brian Robinson is inactive.
Okay.
So that is official. He is going to be inactive. We mentioned his tweet that he put out a couple of minutes ago. That is his official statement of saying that he is not going to go today. So it is not going to be Brian Robinson in the backfield. You're going to get Austin Eckler, a lot of him, Jeremy McNichols, and then a guy that you had just mentioned, Chris Rodriguez. You get those 3 guys. You will not see Brian Robinson today against the Giants.
Yeah,
it's a bummer because he had one of his best games. I mean, he had 17 carries, 133 yards the last time.
It was untackleable. I mean, it was a guy that like couldn't be stopped and really set the tone for what they were doing. Worry is a strong word. I know the impact of it. I know his impact his loss will be felt. Is the best way I can put it. 'Cause I don't want to be too negative about it and get called a negative Nancy. But
no, because we've seen that. We saw that against the Ravens. They were without him. I mean, I'm pulling up the numbers right now.
So DJ G Wiz in the chat just said, Jalen Ramsey, are you kidding? What would be wrong? What's asinine about Jalen Ramsey? That's the type of like I'm gonna go big game hunting for a corner. Get me the best. Biggest cap hits. I'm gonna Google it. We have the power of the internet.
I mean, Jalen Ramsey does because he just signed a contract, but Washington also has a massive amount of cap space.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it a situation? Oh, Rodgers, they brought the big guns. Rodgers. I'm wondering, like, how does it negatively impact Miami? Because I think you got to look at it from that angle too. Like, if there's going to be some big,
they're about to be 2-6 today.
Some big cap hit. If they lose, I think if they lose, they drop the. Oh, they'll be 2-6, not 2-7.
2-6, but you're 2-6 in a division where you're not a great division, but like Buffalo is going to run away with that division. At that point, you're then fighting for a wild card, and there's some openings in the AFC, but good luck.
Yeah, well, do you really feel that way? Like, I think the AFC's tough. A team like the Chargers, like, should have 5 wins after that. Denver is 5-3. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's a tough AFC, but the thing is with Miami, it's getting colder, and they suck in the cold. Like, Tua can't throw in the cold.
Well, honestly, I told myself I wouldn't watch no more Dolphins football as long as he's playing.
No, and certainly not in the cold.
I don't need my heart doesn't need that type of anxiety.
By the way, the one game that Washington has played without Brian Robinson was against the Baltimore Ravens. And remember, I just told you, B-Rob against New York, the first time at 17 carries.
Right.
Against Baltimore, Washington as a team rushed for 18 carries. So just completely went away with Jaden. He had 35 pass attempts, which if I look at his game log, I would feel pretty comfortable saying that's the most amount of attempts. We had 38 last week against Chicago.
Yeah, but that was just because of the situation we were in.
But the 35 attempts at that point in the season was by far the most he had against Baltimore. So, like, there is some sort of legit reason to be worried that, well, when you don't have Brian Robinson, it feels like the offense really shifts.
It's different. He is their identity. He is the hammer of this group. Even if it's not, ripping off chunk runs, it's those dirty 3 and 4 yards that get you into your third and manageable situations and allows the full menu of plays to be available for Cliff Kingsbury. Like, I just think his loss, he is probably outside of Jaden Daniels the most important piece of this offense.
Yes.
Like, I think his impact is that significant in terms of what he brings from a mentality and an identity standpoint. Like that's just what it is to me. And not having him is huge. It's on Cliff though. Find me a way. Find different ways to manufacture the running game without Brian Robinson. Because he's not the only way you can do it. It's a mentality though. Like they've got to believe that, hey, we're gonna go let Chris Rodriguez get banged up and get the dirty 3 and 4 yards. Because that's why I think they don't run it with Eckler. I don't think they want him taking that pounding.
Give it to McNichols. Give it to Ryan. Like these, that's why you got those other two backs. If they're on the roster, trust them, hand them the football, and then allow them to make plays with it. All right, when we get back here, Kevin Sheehan, the Godfather, is going to jump on with us. We'll get his thoughts on no Brian Robinson and what he expects to see today from the offense when we get back. It's a Burning Goal pregame show with Denton, Leno Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It's a Burning Gold pregame show on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. We're streaming on YouTube as well, so you can see both mine and Linnell's beautiful face. I did my makeup today, so please go watch us on YouTube. We're reacting to the news of Brian Robinson being out. He tweeted a couple minutes ago that he's going to come back stronger. The team just put out their official inactive list. You will not see Brian Robinson playing today. The other inactives, Jeff Driscoll, who will be the emergency third quarterback. Derek Forrest got another DNP. Colson Yankoff is inactive, as is Dominic Hampton. And then we knew that Corn Lucas was not going to be playing as well. So with that, we will head to our phones. We'll bring in our guy, Kevin Sheehan, who's good enough to join us each week on the pregame show. Kevin, as you just heard, no Brian Robinson this week. How do you think that impacts the offense this afternoon?
Game in week 2 against them. He's a big part of what they want to do, but they're able to move the football in multiple ways. And against the Giants, though they've given up yards rushing the football recently, I would imagine Washington can attack them with quick game, can attack them down the field. New York's really struggled in the secondary in recent weeks. So, look, no matter who's been out, Washington hasn't been stopped in any game since the opener. So I think, McNichols will step up, Eckler will step up. Chris Rodriguez is actually up and ready for this one. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do without him. It would have been nice to have him, but there have been games. Take the Cleveland game where they didn't really need him. They didn't need him that much in the Cincinnati game. They scored 38 points in the Cincinnati game with Brian Robinson rushing. I think it was for like 29 yards and 2 yards per carry, something like that. They've just been able to move the football in so many different ways, and wouldn't surprise me if they're able to do it again today without him.
Yeah, gonna be a tall ask. We know the talent that New York has within that front four. When it comes to Washington, though, defensively, Kevin, this group, I've been reluctant to give them the credit that they probably deserve, but last week was really an impressive performance to me, knowing what Chicago was offensively and how they had been rolling. They shut that group down for the most part, outside of a couple of busts in that fourth quarter. Do you think this defense has genuinely turned a corner? And when you look at the remaining schedule, do you think they have the chops to hang with a Philadelphia and Atlanta, even a Pittsburgh coming up next week?
I think that's the big mystery, Linnell. I mean, I'm not completely sold. They gave up 200 yards in the fourth quarter, or I'm sorry, at the very end of the third quarter in the fourth quarter against Chicago. The emergence of Newton is a big deal because they needed another, impact player defensively, whether they had it on their roster already or whether they went out and got it. And it looks like, there's an impact player on the roster in Newton, and that'll be a big deal moving forward. They've been run on consistently, during this season. They are vulnerable against the run. They've had gap, integrity issues. They've had tackling issues. It's improved. There's no doubt it's improved. But against whom? Carolina, Chicago, Deshaun, and the Browns. And by the way, what's the true test the rest of the way? The Eagles twice. That's a legitimate test, especially when it comes to stopping the run. So, it's going to be one of those things all year that, unless they step up against the Eagles and maybe against the Steelers or the Falcons, we're not really going to know what it means until they face Detroit or San Francisco healthy. And those games don't happen in the regular season. Hopefully they'll happen sometime in January, but I still think it's a mystery too. I'm with you. I'm a little bit reluctant to say they've figured it out on defense.
You mentioned Johnny Newton, Kevin, talking with Kevin Sheehan or Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan show on the Burning Gold pregame show. You mentioned Johnny Newton. What are your expectations for him today? Do you think he'll see more snaps than what he did last week?
I think the snap count right now and the rotation they have going it works. I mean, I think Phil Mathis has played much better. I thought Duran played better last week. Maybe, more attention now paid to Newton will help his performance get back to what, he's capable of being. But it's really important behind, that group. I mean, penetration's great or taking up, two players and holding your gaps great, but they've got to tackle well behind it. And Luvu and Wagner are their best players defensively if Newton isn't. So It's a good question, Denton. I just don't know what the optimum number of snaps for a guy like Newton, what it is. They probably have a pretty good feel for, getting the most out of him with a certain number of snaps. Here's the key, though. Like, you can't be defensively on the field as much as they've been on it when they've given up, drives and points. The Giants in the first game, obviously the Buccaneers, the Bengals, the Ravens. They've got to get off the field. So, if you're playing 35 to 40% of the snaps, it's 30 to 45, 35 to 40% of 55, not 70.
Kevin, when you look at this offensive line and you think about some of the improvements that they've made, they've been a key part of what's going on. But the left tackle rotation has been something that I thought was a positive and a bonus for this team. No Cornelius Lucas today. You're going to get a full slate of work for Brandon Coleman. Any concerns about that? And do you have concerns about their third tackle spot? Because God knows I don't want to see Trent Scott.
Yeah, I mean, look, the offensive line's been a major surprise to a lot of people. I mean, I think they're top 2 or 3 in run block win rate. They're top 6 or 7 in pass block win rate. They have performed well. Part of it is the scheme. Part of it is the quarterback. But they've performed well up front. I think the interior of the offensive line is outstanding. Biotish and Allegretti and Cosme have been great. Wiley's outstanding in the run game. And Brandon Coleman has played well. He's played very well. Hopefully he's healthy and can go. Today he's obviously not on the inactive list. We'll see him start. But today's an interesting matchup because Dexter Lawrence right now is the front runner for Defensive Player of the Year. He's a defensive tackle. He leads the league in sacks. It's impossible to, man him up in a single block situation. It's almost impossible to double team him. I think we're going to see a lot of quick game. And even without Brian Robinson Jr., I think we'll see a lot of, running to the edges. I think we'll see less zone read. Typically you do against this style of defense, but big day for the offensive line to hold up against Dexter Lawrence.
Kevin, the last time we saw these two teams play, it was a very different offensive utilization of Terry McLaurin. He had 6 catches, 22 yards. A lot of us were like, why is Terry not getting the ball as much? Then you had Malik Neighbors, who had 10 receptions on 18 passes. What are your expectations for Terry today now that he and Jaden are developing a very good rapport?
Just continue to develop that rapport. Right now, just keep doing what they're doing offensively, which is they don't punt, basically. And whether it's Terry, the good news here is they haven't forced it to Terry. When Terry was getting 4 yards per reception, which was Denton, going into the Cincinnati game, so that was week 3, so after the Giant game, the answer was he's going to throw it to where his reads take him. I don't think that's changed just because Terry's been more productive. They've gotten more production out of the other spots. They've become a team that is top 3, top 4 in the league in rushing, which has made play action so much more effective than maybe it was in the first 2 weeks before teams knew they could run the football. Terry's going to keep, getting targeted, based on whether or not the progression takes Jaden to Terry McLaurin. I don't see a lot of forcing it. I think that's one of the beauties of this offense right now is, whatever you try to take away, they've got an answer for it somewhere else.
Kevin, real quick here, I know we got to get your prediction in here in a second. What did you make of the Adam Schefter report that came out about players wanting to come to Old Washington, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, that's just, we'll see how that manifests itself tomorrow or Tuesday. And I don't know if it will or won't, but, even more importantly, moving forward, you've got an organization that isn't a clown show anymore. People only came here when they were desperate to, or they got overpaid. It was one of, those 2 reasons, or, an extenuating circumstance where you actually were from here. John Allen re-signed here. He's from here. He likes living here. This is home. That's a nice position to be in. It's as much about the organization, yes, but I think really and truly it's the quarterback and the excitement around Jaden Daniels and what this franchise and what this football team can be moving forward. Not to mention, agents look at all that cap space that they have and look at, areas like corner and pass rusher and say, we could get paid there and you'd be on a good team. So, yeah, it's nice to have that happen. But right now, we're in the moment of, a 6-2 start, chance to get to 7-2, and chase down. Benton and I were talking about all week on our show, a 1 or a 2 seed in the NFC and make this year, really worth something.
Man, I texted Denton that clip over the weekend, and I said, "You first of all, I love listening to you two. Y'all sound great together, but you got me fired up, Kevin." And then Denton's egging you on, talking about you're back, aren't you?
I tried to tell him that he's back.
You're sorry, Kevin, and you got to lean into it, brother. You're back. This is the Kevin I grew up listening to. You are all the way in with this group. I know you are.
I'm definitely all in on watching Jaden Daniels go try to chase an MVP in a 1 seed and see this team represent this city. I don't feel the same. The truth is, I don't feel the same way I used to feel. I think a lot of people feel that way of a certain age, but they are a good team offensively. Yeah. They're fun to watch. They've got good people in the organization now. You don't have to, essentially turn your head away from the train wreck week in and week out. By the way, I think today's going to be an interesting game and not an easy game, but they're fun to watch. Look, they're top 3 offensive team in the league, guys. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. Right. And in 2024, if you're top 2, 3, offensive team, you've got a chance to beat anybody.
I don't want to make you feel old here, Kevin, but the last time this team was 7-2, I was 1 year old. Did they get there today? What's your prediction and final score?
I think they do, but I think it's close. I think the Giants can run the football, and Tyrone Tracy is, ready to go, which, I guess off that concussion on Monday night wasn't a given. Neighbors is healthy. He absolutely torched Washington in week 2. And they lost their starting kicker. Greg Joseph is out, so they got another kicker, but at least they'll have somebody that can kick today. I think it's one of those games where the Giants can hang in there by shortening the game and moving the football, but I got Washington 23-20.
Kevin, appreciate it. Enjoy the game this afternoon, and hopefully we are having a Victory Monday show tomorrow.
All right, boys. Have a good one.
That is Kevin Sheehan, the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show. You can hear it 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday on the team at 980. When we get back, we'll go over that injury report, and we're going to start asking you guys, give us some bold predictions. You can tweet us at The Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. If you're hanging out with us on YouTube, drop them in the chat. We'll look over them. We'll get to them in our second hour. Don't go anywhere. It's Bernie Eagle pregame show with Denton Day, Leno Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. Little over an hour away, kickoff from MetLife. Commanders looking to go to 7-2, their second final game against the Giants. And we know, Linnell, we are going to be without Brian Robinson. He's not playing today. I believe it's a hamstring injury. There's been conflicting reports, people calling it a knee, a hamstring. I can just tell you that he showed up on the official injury report this week with a hamstring injury. So that's what I'm going to believe is the problem.
I think that's the problem, Denton. I just, like you said earlier, I just hope it doesn't linger. Because I think this next stretch of games, and I guess today is included. I mean, you're about to play some black and blue physical football.
You're basically at like the Big Ten portion of your schedule.
It's time
for
to
any
get
of my
gritty.
college fans, you're going to get smashed in the mouth. Like this is not, you're not going to see a finesse style. It's not going to be a ton of speed. No, you're going to get hit in the mouth for the next couple of weeks in the NFL, which is fine. When we look at the schedule, we were not thinking that this was going to be the most difficult portion of it. We thought that first 6-game period was going to be like, oh God, what is happening? But that just is what it is. Running with the flows. I trust the organization. I trust the quarterback. I trust the coach. They just got to figure out a way to supplement for the loss of Brian Robinson. It cannot be a Ravens game all over again where they completely abandoned the run. Now, the Ravens were a much better run defense than New York is, but still, you just can't run the ball 18 times. You got to have more of a balance than that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think starting with the running attack, getting it going early is huge. Allows you to work your play action stuff as the game develops. But I just think today, the Giants can't stop the run against anybody. So I know we both have had our concerns about not having Brian Robinson. I'm okay with him not playing today because I see the bigger picture. I think he's much more needed next week against Pittsburgh, the week after against Philly. And I continue to say I worry about the Philly availability because of, how short of you're playing on a short week after going up against big, bad, physical Pittsburgh. So I worry about that, but they ultimately should be okay.
They should be fine.
They should be fine.
Also on the injury report is Corn Lucas. We knew that Corn Lucas was not going to be good to go today. That means that Brandon Coleman is going to get all of the snaps, presumably, at left tackle. We've seen him play in spurts, Linnell, and I think the last time I was on the show 2 weeks ago, I was just about ready to be done with the revolving door. I just want consistency at the left tackle spot. This is a really big opportunity for a young guy that they have high hopes for to really go out there and play well. It's not going to be easy. No. I would imagine he is going to see a very healthy amount of Brian Burns, maybe an unhealthy amount of Brian Burns. Like that's going to be the matchup. But if he can handle Brian Burns well, that's really optimistic for what the future of this organization is at that position.
Yeah, I think it's massive. I remember back in the summer, and clearly it was premature, right? It was after some preseason work. And I think we may have our franchise left tackle and franchise starting quarterback. And obviously it was premature then. It sure seems like a real reality right now. I think it's a legit thing. I think Coleman, before he missed last week, so the win rate metrics for ESPN have fluctuated. He was number one in run block win rate amongst all offensive tackles, not just rookies, all offensive tackles. So you talk about the running game in the second half last week kind of being stymied. No Brandon Coleman. Corn Lucas goes down, and Trent Scott. I don't mean to keep bagging on Trent Scott, but like he's not that big. He's not athletic to be smaller. He just let me put it to you this way: if Trent Scott was walking down the street, you'd think he was a bouncer, not a left tackle. That's the best way I could put it. I'm just being real.
I mean, that I can clearly picture that, so that works. He did catch Jaden Daniels' first touchdown pass, though. So he is going to live in DC sports trivia lore forever. So he has that going to him. But he is a very good third option. Like, if he is your third or fourth option.
I don't even want to mess with my. He is the third option right now, and I'm scared. That's why they signed Bobby Hart.
That's the spot for him. You don't want to see him play more than like that is the spot for him as a third option. So now he transitions into that second option. You just hope that Brandon Coleman is going to be good to go. I pray
that Brandon Coleman is fine.
But hopefully they have these analytics nerds that are going to look at his win rate and say, all right, he wins at running the football. Let's run the football.
Yeah.
Because there have been some times where he's been blocking, better defensive guys. And look, like it's not fair to ask a rookie to go up against a borderline all-pro guy like Brian Burns and say, block him 50 times.
No,
that is not a winning formula. So if you can get him involved in the run game, and look, we all know that last year's offensive line, they were like, we need to run the football more. They made it
Point
very
blank.
clear
Yes.
at the end of the season. They're like,
or else.
we don't run the football. Please let us run the football. So you got to take advantage of the run. And if that makes Brandon Coleman more in a better spot mentally and say like, all right, I'm happier doing this.
Cool.
Do it.
More power to them. I think Coleman's ready for the lion's share of the snaps. Like the one thing I worried about was from like a fatigue standpoint. And I know people are going to say, "Oh, they're young. What you talking about?" It's just different when you haven't played all of the snaps and then you go back to playing all the snaps. The offensive line is one of those spots where, as a former guy who's played some offensive line, like you don't really get that tired.
Would you believe me if I told you I played offensive line once?
I would, because I just know how
I
little
did.
league in high school.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
I played
just
tight
lying.
end. Yeah, I had
Okay,
hands.
so you're a glorified offensive line.
Glorified offensive line. I had hands. And then they shifted me just to defensive back. All right, when we get back, the Junkies going to swing by our studios. We'll hear what they think of the matchup against the Giants. Can the Commanders get to 7-2? We'll hear their thoughts. Also, drop us your bold prediction in the comments on Twitter at TheDentonDay, at NELL_BTP. We'll do a full segment on bold predictions in hour number 2. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burning Goal pregame show with Denton Day, Leno Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and our YouTube pages. It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. We're also on the 106.7 YouTube page. You can see our pretty face. I did my makeup. Linnell did his makeup, so compliment us on that. Big day today for Washington. They got the opportunity to go to 7-2 for the first time since 96. Linnell wasn't born in 96. I was 1 year old in 96, so today's a big day for this organization. This is the first time they've been 6-2 since the Jim Zorn era. I just hope that it goes way better than that Jim Zorn season ended up going. So they're in New York today, Linnell. They're going to be without Brian Robinson. He is out of the game. So you get Austin Eckler, you get Jeremy McNichols, you get Chris Rodriguez in the backfield. It's a hamstring injury for B-Rob. He tweeted that he's going to come back stronger. God, I hope he's right, because the offense is different when Brian Robinson is active and playing. All right, the Junkies going to swing by. They're going to give us their thoughts on the game. So without further ado, we will toss the microphones over to them. Fellas, how do you think Washington does? They advance to 7-2.
All right, boys. Commanders against the Giants. This is part two. First game, 21-18. That was a close one. Giants lost their kicker in that game. Washington was in the red zone over and over again, had to settle for field goals. How do you see this one playing out, Cakes?
I just think the Commanders are an overall better team. I know that's a simplistic way to approach this, but the Giants have already lost 3 division games. I feel like the Commanders, if they can get a win on the road, and I know that's not the easiest thing to do at MetLife, even if the Giants are down, it's a tough place for Washington to get a win. You can effectively bury them this season. Here's a stat I can't believe from the Giants side. Daniel Jones' last home game touchdown pass was January 1st of 2023. Think about how long that is and how many games he's gone without throwing a touchdown at home in front of the home fans. Like, it's supposed to be easier. Your offense is supposed to, flow better at home where the crowd isn't making noise against you. Like, I just feel like this is a Giants team that's broken on offense and that the Commanders should be able to go in and handle them.
Well, how about this stat, Cakes? The Washington Commanders / Redskins haven't been 7-2 since 1996. Wow. It's almost 30 years. Mm-hmm. They've got a real opportunity here. I mean, they're rightly favored, but I still think this is going to be a tough game. We gave up 200 yards on the ground last week. Now, big chunk of that was on the 56-yard run by Swift. But still, we're struggling against the run. We've had some struggles in the red zone. They're very good defensively and very good defensively in the red zone. I think we're a superior team. I don't think we're going to look past them, but I think this is going to be a traditional NFC East war. Might be a little more high scoring than, you might think, but I think it's going to go back and forth, and this is going to go down to the end.
Here's the number that I can't get over, 14.6.
I know what that number is.
What's that number?
That's the points per game that
for the
Giants score.
Think about how easy it is to, offenses are up tempo. Mm-hmm. It's a passing league for the most part. And you can't get 15 points a game. That's difficult. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be a blowout for the Washington Commanders. I don't think it will be, but I just think it's so difficult for the Giants to score consistently. They've scored 28 points total in the last 3 weeks. And when you struggle to score touchdowns and you're only kicking field goals, it's going to be tough to outscore a team that does score touchdowns. So I think Washington wins, not in a blowout, but I think they do improve to 7-2.
I said this on the show. I look at the averages. You mentioned the 14.6 points per game, but I go to Washington. On the year, they're averaging 29.5 points per game. But if you look at the last 6 games, they're averaging 32.5 points per game. All right, last week, they only put up 18 against the Bears, but I think they get right in this game. I actually think Washington should handle them. The first game, if you look at it, you can make an argument that the Giants could have stolen the game if Neighbors makes the catch on that last drive. But you can also make an argument that Washington was in the red zone constantly and had 450 yards of offense. And I know that the Giants have Dexter Lawrence in this pass rush. Well, they had that in the first matchup. Washington moved the ball, and they fell apart in situations in the red zone where they had, false starts and penalties that derailed them. And it was a field goal kicking game. Well, I think they get touchdowns in this game. I'm going to take Washington 28-14.
For some reason, Daniel Jones plays like borderline Pro Bowler against us, and he always keeps the Giants in the game. So I'm a little anxious about him, and I don't think we have anybody really that's proven they could guard Malik Neighbors, who they targeted 18 times. So I'm very, very anxious about this game, but I think overall we're more talented. I think Jaden Daniels is special. I think we pull this out. I think it's going to be a little more high scoring than anybody thinks. I'll take Washington 27-24.
I think the three-headed rushing monster of Jaden Daniels, B-Rob, and Eckler is just too much. It overwhelms the Giants. I think the Commanders win 28-20. I'm a little concerned about B-Rob's hamstring injury. I think you might see a little more Austin Eckler than you've seen in recent games. I think he's only averaging about 8 touches per game. I think that number goes up. I like the Commanders to win and cover for you bettors out there.
Yeah, I wish Eckler was more involved.
I think he will be today.
Maybe he does this weekend. But it's, you know what? It could be a detriment when we all pick the same team.
Yep.
But I think we are. I'm going to take Washington 24-17.
We're all on board with potential victory Monday here with the Commanders getting to 7-2. Back to you guys.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, fellas. They're positive this week.
Really?
I mean, usually
You surprised?
They're split, so it's nice to see them rooting for the Commanders. Pulling for the Commander. Maybe Ben. I bet Jason's betting on the
Well, he should. I mean, it's a good week to do it if you want some change.
That line hasn't adjusted really at all with the news that Brian Robinson is not playing, which is
that
positive.
Fascinates me.
I mean, there's not a lot of players in the NFL that heavily move lines. I mean, Jaden Daniels heavily moved lines. In fact, it's now a bigger line. Washington is now 4.5-point favorites. Wow. Before we got the Brian Robinson news, they were 3.5-point favorites. That, according to, I'm looking at FanDuel right now. I'm sure it's similar at most books.
Yeah.
That's positive. That means people are still back in Washington, even despite no Brian Robinson. And we've got a couple people mention in the chat on our YouTube, and you can watch us every single week on YouTube, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of people are pointing out, Linnell, the Giants are not good at home, which is really, really odd because you would think they'd be better at home than they would be on the road. I mean, they're not very good on the road either. They're a bad football team, but they're not very good at home this year.
You just reminded me of something that, I feel guilty that I'm about to say it. I am concerned if we get up by 3 scores.
Pull them.
I'm pulling them.
Pulling them.
I hate playing in New York.
I don't need my franchise quarterback, the savior of
my heart
youth.
sinks thinking about
I don't need him playing more than he needs to on that awful MetLife Stadium field.
So we are very much on the same page.
We are in agreement there. That field sucks. The team sucks. If you're up big, pull them.
Yeah, like that's where I'm at with it, bro. Like I don't have time for it. Like to put it lightly. Like I'm so paranoid about it. Only here though, because I know the history of this field and what it's done to folks over the years. And I don't want to be that guy, but like it is something that I think about, and I'm sure it went into their thought process about B-Rob. It had to.
I'm sure it had to. Like if you're dealing with a hamstring or a knee issue, the last thing you want to do as an organization is put your guy out there on that awful grass.
Yeah. So,
by the way, the Giants have only scored more than once at home this year in a game. They scored 15 points against Dallas. Everything else, it was 7 against the Bengals. It was 3 against the Eagles. It was 6 against the Vikings.
Yeah,
so they have scored more than a touchdown once at home.
They're just not very good. I mean, I was going to say, I hate to say it. I actually love to say it.
I love to say it. They're not a good football team.
They're not good at all.
They are not good. They don't wash themselves. They're objectively awful.
Yeah.
They're objectively awful.
Wait, hold on. Did you say they don't wash themselves?
They stink. They don't wash themselves.
I thought you meant watch themselves like don't watch enough tape.
I mean, they probably don't do that either, but they definitely do not cleanse themselves.
Joe asked in the chat, do you think Daniel Jones has smelly feet? Well, then 100%.
I think just in general, I'm not going to comment on his feet. I'm not Rex Ryan, but I think just in general.
Is that a Rex Ryan thing? I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, Rex Ryan has a massive foot fetish.
All right. Well, there we go.
Oh, that's like very public. They make jokes about it on ESPN frequently.
I did not know that was a thing.
Well, so if you ever meet him, wear socks.
Noted.
Or if you want to get on his good side, don't.
Yeah, I'd say,
I guess it depends on what your perspective is.
If you're feeling frisky, don't.
So there you go. That's your Rex Ryan foot fetish portion of the show today. What are your thoughts, though, on Tyrone Tracy? He has really come on for the Giants when it comes to running the football. He's their leading rusher. He made it out of the concussion protocol in 5 days. That should be looked into. That doesn't seem accurate at all, but it is what it is. He's been really, really good for them. He's averaging 5.2 yards a carry on 73 carries this year.
So I'm now, Mr. Tracy's got a birthday coming up. He's a Scorpio. I'm looking at his game log here because I heard about Tyrone Tracy during the pre-draft process. People were really excited about him. Once he got to camp, he lit Giants camp up apparently. I look at him and I go, if they were able to run the ball like that against Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's a good run defense.
Pittsburgh's a good run defense.
They're a
that's where
top 5 run defense.
That's where he earned my respect. Doing it against Pittsburgh I was like, whoa.
He only carried twice the first time that he played Washington for 2 yards. So it clearly wasn't that guy yet.
Yeah.
But like that Pittsburgh game, and he left early with the concussion. Yeah, that Pittsburgh game is a big stamp of approval. He had a good game against Seattle too. Now, Seattle was not like the Dan Quinn Seattle defense.
No. But
that game against Pittsburgh, 20 carries, 145 yards, and a touchdown. Longest carry was 45 yards. So it's not like he got like 170 some odd yard carry, and then the rest of a bunch of like 3 and 4 yarders. So he did a lot of it. That's a very impressive game from him. Not a threat out of the backfield though, so that is worth noting.
Yeah, I was actually looking at his receptions. I was like, wonder what two receptions go for Tyrone Tracy. But no, like
not much.
I think we're going to see him and Devin Singletary. Let's not forget, like Devin Singletary's been in the doghouse a little bit the past couple of weeks for New York. He torched us. And that, to me, I go, oh, can we? Now they've got another back to add to the mix. I think they understand it's quick game. It's running the ball and getting it to Malik Neighbors. I don't think they really have a concern about anything else. Mm-hmm. One guy that has kind of emerged for them as of late is one of my guys I wanted out of the draft. Theo Johnson, the past 3 out of the past 4 weeks has had 3 or more receptions. So I look at that as like, oh, maybe Theo can get it going.
Real quickly here, we got Chris Russell coming up at 12:30.
Yeah.
We're going to do our keys to the game, our window of opportunity next segment. But I do want to real quickly do our Baldino's Lock and Key player to lock in on. Baldino's Lock and Key is a one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com because we're talking about guys that are going to have an impact in this game. So one from offense, Leno, one from defense. I'm going to start. I think Zach Ertz has a good game for the Commanders. I'm not going to give you the Luke McCaffrey spiel, although I did bet Luke McCaffrey anytime touchdown plus 750.
Gospel.
But I do think Zach Ertz is going to have a big game. I think he and Jaden, and then he and Terry, Jaden and Terry, rather, are developing a really strong connection throughout the course of the season. So I anticipate that Zach Ertz is going to have a really strong performance today. He's my player to lock in on offense.
My player to lock in on offense. And I know the month of October is over, so folks may think that he's about to slow it down. Still Halloween weekend. I'm going with old Terry Bear, man. Terry McLaurin has been a man possessed. You go look at the old wide receiver stats for the National Football League. Terry's a top 5 receiver in terms of yards to this point. You go back to Cleveland, he's had at least 4 receptions in every game. I mean, he has been on one. So I am excited to see him continue to get involved. He's been big time. In that first Giants game, 6 catches, 22 yards. Deontay Banks thinks he owns Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin showed Tyreek Stevenson last week. You talk to me and I get angry, I'm going to torch you.
Yeah, I would stay away from
Deontay Banks to get torched today. I'm looking for Terry McLaurin to go AWOL.
Yeah, if Deontay Banks is smart,
not AWOL, ape. You know what?
Yeah. But he shouldn't be going. He shouldn't be pushing. He shouldn't be pushing no Terry McLaurin. All right, defense. Man. I think the key to lock in on defense is whoever's in front of Malik Neighbors. I understand that is kind of cheating. Yeah. I do not care. Whoever's in front of Malik Neighbors, he got 18 targets the last time these two teams played. He's coming back off that injury. He's playing well. Yeah. You got to stop Malik Neighbors. If you stop Malik Neighbors, you just about stop the biggest threat on this offense. So whoever's playing Malik Neighbors on any given down is my Baldino's player to lock in on defense.
Yeah, he's got to be contained. You mentioned it, 18 targets last time these two teams played. Like that's asinine. Like I don't know if I've ever seen a guy get targeted that many times in one singular game. I think with a defensive player to watch, I wanted to cheat and go with a position group because I think the pass rush is going to be key.
I just did that so you can.
I would go with the pass rush, but I'm gonna get starting to come on here as of late, and it really seems like there is a concerted effort, by this coaching staff to put him in some different spots. Like I know he's been lined up primarily as your 3 tech, but we've We've seen him slide around the formation at other points in the year. I wonder, like, do they get more comfortable with that and allow him to do that more? Can I give you a bonus guy in terms of like a player to watch? Benjamin St. Juice. I know you kind of just said the secondary, whoever's covering Neighbors. I think St. Juice played really well last week.
I do too.
I thought the entire secondary played well last week. They're communicating defensively right now at a different level, and that's been everyone's favorite buzzword in these pressers. I believe it to be true. And I think today, hopefully, that benefits them.
All right, when we get back, we'll do our windows of opportunity, our keys to the game, and then Chris Russell going to join us in 15 minutes. It's your Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton A. Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. It's a Bernie Go pregame show on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and the 106.7 YouTube page. You can see our beautiful faces. Follow us on Twitter at The Denton Day, at NELL_BTP. It's time for our Windows of Opportunity. The keys to the game. It's presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com, their Fairfax showroom. All right, Linnell, we got keys to the game for the Commanders. I think the big one, the obvious one, I will do us all a favor. I'll take it off the board here. You got to run the football. You got to stay committed to the run.
Darn it.
To the run game. I know. I'm sorry. This is the low-hanging fruit, and I had to take advantage of it. But you got to stay committed to the run game, despite the fact that Brian Robinson is not gonna play. The last time he didn't play was against Baltimore. They ran the ball 18 times. You got to have more runs than that, especially when your quarterback had 6 of those 18 runs. You gotta run the football more. You have these other backs on the roster for a reason. Use them. So you got to stay committed to the run game. That's my first key.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like I'm gonna be the peanut butter to your jelly here, so to speak. I'm gonna be the
Uncrustables are big here.
Yes, they are actually. I have one right now. I'm gonna be the marshmallow to your s'more. Well, technically, I'd be the graham cracker.
That'd be the graham cracker.
To your, anyways,
the peanut butter jelly thing works.
You get what I'm trying to say. You said running the football. I'm gonna say stopping the run. I look at this Commanders rush defense, for as optimistic as we are about where they ultimately can finish this year. If they don't clean up the run defense, I don't know how far you can go, because a matchup with Philadelphia scares the hell out of me if you can't stop the run. A matchup next weekend against Pittsburgh scares me if you can't stop the run. Washington, 4th worst rush defense in the NFL in terms of yards per carry allowed. You go back over the past 5 to 7 years and talk about playoff teams and teams that are viable threats in the postseason, you normally don't see them do poorly in that category in particular. So I really do worry about their inability to stop the run. Adding some more context to it, Washington, 3rd most runs of 10+ yards given up as well. So it's pretty much every facet of the run game they've struggled. The Giants worry me in particular because their scheme in week 2 was just duo. Bunch of double teams, get up to the linebackers and make it hard for you.
60 minutes of duo. Yep. So I'm with you on that one, and I think you're 100% right. You can only go so far as your run defense is going to take you, especially when you consider teams like Philadelphia are out there and San Francisco is out there as well. And that's a team that lives off of the run game in the NFC. Like, we are at the point now where you can start taking a broader look at NFC teams just to kind of, think like, all right, what does this team do well? What does this team do well? Don't, fantasy book matchups here, but it is something to take note of at this point in the season. My second key, I'm going to stick on the offense here, spread the football around.
Yeah.
I want to see Terry McLaurin decimate Deonte Banks as much as everybody else. But if that's not the open read, don't go to it.
Yeah.
I think you have guys that can make plays. I'm desperate for Luke McCaffrey touchdown, admittedly, but I think there are guys like Zach Ertz. I think OZ can make some plays. Noah Brown. I'd like to see Noah Brown utilized more than just the Hail Mary guy. Like use him a little bit more, but I think Jaden will. So spread the ball a little bit on the offensive side. And offensively, I think you'll be able to march down the field. You had success the first time you played this team. You should have more success the second time and just find your way into the end zone this time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be huge that they don't lock in on one guy, but it feels like naturally that rapport between Terry and Jaden Daniels is just continuing to get stronger. Mm-hmm. The other key for me, I forced turnover here. Like, that is the one thing that has been, consistent here with the defense over the past couple of weeks, is they're forcing turnovers now. And like, that to me is huge. It could potentially take you to another level. When you have one of those days where your offense is struggling a little bit, how do you fix that? You give them some short fields to work with by being opportunistic, turning other teams over. I think this gets to a route territory if you can do that.
I'm with you. All right. This is my final key, and it goes on the defensive side of the ball. Force a turnover. Force a turnover. I don't care if it's a fumble. I don't care if it's an interception, but force turnovers. Yeah. You are watching, on the other side, the most turnover-prone quarterback in the NFL, in Daniel Jones.
He loves it.
He loves it, but he never turns the ball over on a significant basis against Washington. Somebody needs to go out there and force some turnovers. Make him make mistakes. It's not the most difficult thing in the world to do. Make him make mistakes, force turnovers. If you give the offense short fields, they're going to score.
Right.
We know that. If you get them the ball at their own 45, all they need is a first down, and then you're basically in field goal range. Maybe a little bit more, but you get what I'm saying. You need 15 yards, you're in field goal range. God forbid if you give them the ball at midfield, right? So if you can give this offense short fields, they are going to make the New York Giants defense pay. So somebody got to force not one today, Linnell. I need multiple turnovers from this defense, and they're going to be sitting all right.
I agree, and I think that's a massive key for them. And like I'm playing Cleveland, playing Carolina. So I'll go back a little bit. I think the Cleveland game, I was like, I got some real concern about it. And then they beat the tar out of them. Like the Carolina game, I'm going, well, they can run it a little bit, beat the brakes off of them. I needed that type of dominant performance today against New York. It's another opportunity to make a massive statement. You can only play who the schedule makers put on your schedule, but like, give me some confidence. Give me a big time win to feel good going into a showdown with the Steelers next weekend that I don't know if I'm even mentally prepared for. Like that's one of those games where you're like foaming at the mouth watching it because people are just banging their heads against each other.
All right, so earlier in the show, we asked for some bold predictions. We asked for them on Twitter at the Detonate at NELL_BTP. Asked for them on YouTube as well. You can watch us on 1067 The Fans YouTube page.
About us, man.
We got Johnny saying McNichols a 75+ yard rushing touchdown. I would gladly take that. The Rooster will be here eventually. You got to check on your boiler now. He's running late. He's in New York, so I can't blame him. A lot of things. I guess he's in New Jersey.
I think between 12:30 and 12:33 is when he gets his cage cleaned out. So maybe he's running late from that.
As we wait to get Rooster on the phone here, get the thoughts from MetLife. Fox just ran a great package.
Made me cry.
On the command, like he's literally wiping tears away. You see it on the
literally
YouTube.
Getting him
like that. That's the exclusive footage you get when you lock in with us on YouTube.
Man.
They ran a great package, though, and it kind of goes hand in hand with one of the reports that we had seen this week from Adam Schefter about how guys want to play here.
Yeah.
The culture that Dan Quinn has established and that Adam Peters has established in such a short amount of time is legitimately inspiring.
Yeah.
It is inspirational. You got guys like the thing that I've been most impressed with. Sam Cosme says, I've never had this kind of culture.
Yeah.
Duh. Kind of knew that one. Like you played for Ron Rivera. Terry, I've never had. Yeah. Duh. You played for the tail end of Jay Gruden where it wasn't very great here and Ron Rivera.
Right.
But it's the guys like Zach Ertz who have played on not just a championship team, but a team in Philadelphia that was consistently good.
Mm-hmm.
When guys like him are saying this is not only is Jaden a dude and the type of quarterback that most teams in the NFL don't have, but like when the culture is mimicking some of the teams that he played on that were that kind of level of successful, that is what is really getting me juiced up about this organization moving forward here. And that's why when on a Thursday and Friday, when Kevin tells me find 6 losses, I can't do it. Because like that, when you're predicting the end of their schedule here, a team that's 6-2, what you're effectively looking for is losses at this point. Like, who are they going to lose to? And like the Philadelphia games are scary, certainly, but outside of that, like there's not a ton based on the way that they played. Which if there's not a ton of losses, they have to be wins. Well, I guess you could be a tie, but you have to be wins.
We know this
and as a guy that's never seen more than 10 wins in his life in a season, it feels like they're approaching that. Now you got to win today, right? Like you just keep the thing moving. Don't read the press clippings, all that stuff. But this team is moving in the right direction, and it is almost making me shed a tear.
I'm about to say, yeah, it's fun to watch. I think looking ahead, it goes back to what we talked about in the last segment. We can play the prediction game all we want, but like when I look at the schedule ahead, it's not to me necessarily about the record of the teams that you're playing. It's about the matchups. And I look at this week, all right, you should handle the Giants. Next week is a tall ask for you at home. Pittsburgh, fraudulent, some folks would say.
I would agree with that. I
at
think
7-2,
stinks.
But their defense is legit and they can run the football. That worries me.
The defense is good. Their quarterback does not worry me at all. I do not think Russell Wilson is that good. All right, let's go up to MetLife Stadium. Our guy, the Rooster, Chris Russell, in attendance there. Rooster, appreciate you jumping on with us here. I'll start with this. What's the environment like up there?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of empty seats right now. We'll see how they fill in.
Classic.
Obviously, we'll see how they fill in, which, not atypical, but this is a pretty big stadium, obviously, compared to Northwest Stadium. I think it's like 80,000 in terms of capacity, somewhere around that. But, I would say driving through the parking lots, guys, this morning, I saw plenty of Burgundy and gold. I wouldn't say it's like an unbelievable showing out based on what I saw in the parking lots, but there was plenty of Burgundy and gold. And I think, you'll definitely hear fans, obviously, as the Commanders, assuming that they do something good in this game. I have a feeling you'll hear that. But, I mean, the Giants fan base, while I'm sure they're very disappointed and frustrated overall, it's such a loyal kind of older and maybe more stubborn fan base, maybe not as whimsical as, a younger fan base would be. So I think there'll still be a pretty, heavy flavor, of course, towards the Giants, and you'll hear them pretty good.
How confident are you that Washington will be able to slow the pass rush down of the New York Giants, that pass rush that leads the National Football League in sacks?
JP Finley says hi, by the way, Linnell. Twice.
Wow.
And Chick Hernandez says hello as well. And thanks to Mitch Tischler for helping me with my computer.
The rest of the press box is annoyed that you're doing a radio hit right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can go kick all the rocks. As far as the pass rush goes, listen, it helps that you don't have Kayvon Thibodeau, but like just last Monday night, they switched Brian Burns and Azeez Ojulari, back and forth from side to side. I mean, Burns played more on the right side than he did earlier in the year when he was primarily on the left side, but they flipped them back and forth. You go against Brandon Coleman with no Cornelius Lucas. You hope you don't get down to Trent Scott because that really hurt them last week. So certainly that is going to be, a matchup that you look at. I hope it's a quick passing game. I hope it's a heavier passing game, especially, and I'm sure we'll get to Brian Robinson, and especially with some of the matchups in this game. But yeah, if you can't pick up, if Brandon Coleman struggles for whatever reason on the left side against Ojulari, and who's a trade candidate, by the way, you never know, maybe an in-division trade candidate, and as well Brian Banks. Again, at least you don't have Kayvon Thibodeau, but then you have Dexter Lawrence in the middle, and he had 4 hurries against the Commanders in week 2, and he's got 9 sacks overall. So this Giants pass rush is going to be able to get after it. Now, if you can hold them off, this Giant secondary is ripe for the picking, especially Deonte Banks, who is in the major, major doghouse of his coaching staff, got benched. Has had all sorts of problems. I would target him as many times as I can. Again, assuming that you can hold up in pass rush and assuming you don't make Jaden Daniels completely one-dimensional, Washington should be able to have some success there.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the potential of being one-dimensional because the last time we saw Brian Robinson not play Roost, they ran the ball 18 times as a team. The last time he played the Giants, Brian Robinson, he had 17 carries. What do you think that balance is going to look like now that he's not good to go?
Yeah, it's a great question, D-Day. I mean, I hope Jeremy McNichols gets more action than he did in Baltimore, just to use that as our last test, right? What was it, 2 carries, I believe it was, in that game that you mentioned that B-Rob was out. You mentioned B-Rob's success against the Giants. Now, as I pointed out on Twitter a little while ago, I mean, 40 of those yards came on just one of the most unbelievable, weirdo plays that you're ever going to see. He was completely in a mosh pit, bottled up, should have never been able to squirt out, and somehow he did and ran for 40 yards. So, it's not like I look at that and say, well, okay, they're going to be able to run, whoever the starting running back is. It'll be a mix of McNichols, Eckler, and Chris Rodriguez, who's called up from the practice squad elevation. It's not like they're going to be able to run, I don't think, for that same level of success in this particular game. So the question becomes, is how fancy, for lack of a better term, will Cliff Kingsbury get? I'm hoping, I think Linnell and I talked about this during the week. I don't know if you and Kevin talked about it. No, I'm hoping for more, like end arounds, jet sweep gives, little pop passes off the jet sweep motion. Don't just line up and think you're going to win a pushing match. I mean, you might win. They did have some success running between the tackles in that week 2 game. But the chances of that, especially with no Brian Robinson, are not very likely. So to me, you have to get creative a little bit, maybe a little smoke and mirrors. We've seen plenty of eye candy, but do it more with the handoff game and the run game stuff as opposed to just pre-snap and at-snap formation, if that makes sense.
Joe Witt spoke this week, Chris, and as he does each and every Thursday, and he's become my favorite listen on this coaching staff, just in terms of how transparent he is and how honest he is. He talked about the communication that this defense is playing with. Malik Neighbors torched this group last time around in week 2. Is it a communication issue against the Giants, do you think? Or do you think it's one of those things where you got to go mano a mano and someone's got to win? Because I still look at the Malik Neighbors matchup and go, whoof, we don't have a guy for that.
Yeah, well, remember, I'll point this out. Not again, every matchup, every week, every game, even against the same opponent, that you've already faced is different, right? So let's start with that. So just because something happened in that game doesn't mean it's going to ultimately happen in this game as well. But remember, Michael Davis was the starting corner on the left side for that week 2 matchup, and he was dreadful tackling coverage. Spin, reverse, spin hook routes, all of that stuff. And Malik Neighbors broke tackle after tackle after tackle. He had a high volume of catches. He was targeted 18 times, had the 10 catches, had the late drop, which was a killer, for him and really helped Washington out. But my point being is Michael Davis is not playing today. Or I should say he's not starting today. He'll go against Benjamin St-Juste and or Mikey Sanders still, right, depending on matchups and depending on how it all gets deployed. And I have to feel better about that than certainly what we know happened in week 2, right? I think St-Juste, if I remember correctly, did a pretty decent job after they got Davis out of there in that week 2 matchup against Malik Neighbors. Now, Neighbors, to me, and maybe it's because Daniel Jones is stunk, maybe it's because the Giants don't have their starting stud left tackle and Andrew Thomas, and that's really hurt them. Neighbors hasn't been great since coming back from the concussion, in which he missed a couple of games. He was targeted 13 times last week, only had 7 catches, 71 yards, 4 for 41 the previous week. So hopefully they're still catching this Giant offense again without their starting stud left tackle, with Daniel Jones struggling, and maybe Malik Neighbors still kind of getting his timing and his rhythm and all that stuff with a better matchup at corner for Washington to hopefully not, hopefully stop him from killing them. I worry more about Tyrone Tracy's coming back, from concussion, maybe like the tag team of Tracy and Singletary. And Singletary obviously had some success. I worry about guys like that. Wan'Dale Robinson, who's not going to draw as much attention. Are those guys going to beat you or hurt you like they did in some ways in the week 2 matchup?
Chris, I haven't asked Linnell this yet. We're talking with Chris Russell, the Chris Russell Show, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday on the Team 980. He is live in New York. Does Daniel Jones play the entirety of this game?
It's a great question, D-Day. Because he's had so much success over the years against the Commanders, logic would tell you yes, including that week 2 matchup. I thought he was pretty good. But again, way different offense, way different defense, quite honestly. Linnell mentioned Joe Witt and what he says in the press conference. I don't care as much about that. I care more about what I see on the field, and they are aggressive. They, of course, I don't expect them to blitz as much as they did Caleb Williams and the Bears, but they're going to pressure, and I think they're going to load up again on that right side, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler division, and get to Daniel Jones on the backside because on the blind side, because of that left tackle situation where they're starting former 3rd round rookie not too long ago, a year ago, in Azudu, if I'm saying his name correctly. He really struggled on Monday night, giving up a couple of sacks, a pressure in the last 2 games. So, I think there's an opportunity there. And if there's that opportunity, Daniel Jones has been known to be a little bit loose with the football, right? He's been injury prone, so maybe you knock him out. I don't think it'll happen because of performance, but I'm just guessing that because, again, this is a different Daniel Jones because it's a different Giants offense. And quite honestly, I'm putting a lot of that on Andrew Thomas. Maybe I'm overrating that, but when you lose your starting left tackle, guys, a big-time starting left tackle. I'm not talking Cornelius Lucas, no offense. I'm talking about a big-time starting left tackle. It affects you in way more ways than people want to give credit to. So that's like maybe an injury, maybe a hit to the ribs back, blind side is how I see Daniel Jones maybe not finishing this game. I do not think he's benched because of performance. But again, I could be completely wrong. And if he is, it's Drew Lock time. And that'll be interesting because Drew Lock's got mobility. He's got a hose. And, he's got a little bit of a gunslinger mentality. He'll make some plays, but he'll also give you some opportunities, I think.
I, by the way, do take offense for the Cornelius Lucas comment. But
you could take offense to it all you want. He's not Andrew Thomas. He's not Trent Williams.
He's not.
Right?
Yes. Trade deadline coming up Tuesday. Whether Washington wins or not, I don't know if it significantly impacts the decision making. Corner, edge rush, wide receiver have been positions that have been publicly noted by some reporters that Washington's been sifting around on. The one area that I think that we haven't really spent enough time talking about, they need another running back. And they need another running back in the mold of a Brian Robinson, not a smaller, scat back like an Eckler or a Jeremy McNichols. How likely do you think it is that they pursue someone like that?
I would probably say unlikely, but I can't rule it out because your point overall is a good one. Now, maybe Chris Rodriguez, gives them some juice. Today, we've seen that early in at least the preseason action last year, not so much during the regular season. So maybe he's, got a little bit better in that regard. I kind of wonder, I keep thinking, and this is why it's so hard to evaluate preseason running. Because Michael Wiley was awesome in the preseason. Physical, downhill, good cutting, good eyes, good everything. And he can't even get a game day elevation, right? So far, with Brian Robinson being banged up much of the year. So, I mean, you would think, yes, that is a possibility. Who? I don't know. I don't have, I don't have a name that immediately comes to mind. I'd have to think about that, but I would think if they're going to add, it's more likely it's either pass rusher, defensive end, edge, or corner, and then wide receiver as a third. I think they're better at wide receiver than maybe the book says they are, and more versatile. And I think it's just a matter of getting everybody on the same page and keeping everybody healthy. But again, I could be missing something on there. I'm not saying they can't use an improvement, but I would say corner and pass rushing. I would love Za'Darius Smith. I would love Za'Darius Smith from the Cleveland Browns. If you can get him and not pay that much, I would love that addition.
Yeah, that would be great. All right, Roosh, we got 30 seconds here. Who wins today?
I got the Commanders winning. I don't think this is going to be as one-sided as a lot of others do. I picked them minus the 4 on the show the other day, so I'll say 24-17, somewhere in that range.
Rooster using the sharps, betting that taking the 4-point favorite. Hey, Roosh, we appreciate it. Enjoy the game, and tell JP to stop giving you flack while you're doing interviews with us, and tell him to get a better.
I appreciate you guys, and you should know that you should know that I never use the sharks. You should know that I never use that. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Continue to make comments about JP's poor cell phone service.
You can listen to him 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday on the Team 980 as the host of the Chris Russell Show. When we get back, we will make our predictions plus a crazy stat, Linnell, that I do think changes today.
Oh.
That when we return, it's your Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Dale and Willingham on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980, and the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Here's a crazy stat, Linnell, that's going to break today. I guarantee it. I don't think it means the Commanders are going to be in trouble, but I just know this stat's going to break. Daniel Jones hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in a home game since January 1st of 2023. Imagine that.
That's almost 2022.
Yeah. That's almost 2 full years.
He did get hurt. But
He's played 4 games this year at home.
Oh, I mean, those stats don't surprise me. He's not a good quarterback. Despite what Chris Russell and others would try to tell you, Chris Russell loves Daniel Jones.
Why?
He's an industry plant. He's not from here. He's a New Yorker.
That is true. He's not from here.
Oh. And Amax wearing the handicap jersey. Lack of fingers. He's wearing the Jason Pierre-Paul jersey.
I was wondering who that jersey was.
Mm-hmm.
All right, predictions time. Now, obviously, I think that Daniel Jones thing is going to break, but it's fine. Our predictions are presented by Miss Utility. Remember to contact Miss Utility before you dig. Every dig, it's the law. Visit missutility.net or call 811. I want a prediction, Linnell, and I want either Kevin calls them footnotes. We'll just say like a bold prediction to go along with your actual win and loss prediction. We asked everybody else for bold predictions, so it's time that we give bold predictions.
Yeah, I think today is another one of those opportunities for Washington to beat the brakes off of a team. We saw them do it against Cleveland. We saw them do it against Carolina. Giants being a divisional game, it seems like it's less likely, but I don't buy that. I like Washington 40-17 today.
Holy smokes!
I like a defensive. I like a defensive touchdown, and I like all of the touchdowns on offense by way of the ground.
Here I was thinking I was going to be the savage one saying 30-20, 40. I mean, I'll take it.
40-7.
I mean, if they
40-17.
If they hang 40 on the head of the divisional opponent that they've already played once, I mean, this team, get out the way. Like they're a legitimate buzzsaw at that point. They are wearing the white tops, by the way, white tops, burgundy pants. I do love that look. I think Terry McLaurin plays really well in that look. To be honest,
like I love you and your Terry McLaurin Nuggets.
I just he caught that crazy punt from Taylor Heineke in the white tops, burgundy pants. Like there's just something about those pants on the road that play really, really well. My prediction is
I hate this announcing crew. I'm sorry.
Thankfully, you get us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Please listen to us all day today because
my prediction is 30-20. I think Washington wins this one. I do think Jaden Daniels. So we are a little opposite in the way we think the touchdowns are going to be scored. I think you'll see a lot more from Jaden Daniels' arm today in the way of scoring touchdowns. I think that the balance between run and pass is going to be significantly better for Washington than it was a couple of weeks ago against Baltimore when Brian Robinson was not playing. But I do think that Jaden Daniels is going to throw a couple of touchdown passes, hopefully one to Luke McCaffrey. That's just for me. But I think he throws touchdown passes. I did this bit on my now new YouTube series, Denton's Office. It's on the Team 980's YouTube channel. Every Thursday at 8 a.m. Talking about Jaden Daniels and his potential to win MVP. He has a lot of the dorky numbers. Perfect. But you need those touchdown passes. Like you can't win the MVP with 18 touchdown passes on the season. You got to get those numbers up. He has 7 so far on the season. I think he gets to at least 9, potentially 10 today on offense. So I really like Jaden Daniels to have a strong performance against the Giants. And I think they're going to move to 7-2, the Commanders. For the first time since I was 1 year old, for the first time in your lifetime, the Commanders are going to be 7-2 en route to not just a double-digit season win-wise, but an 11-win season, potentially a 12-win season. I think it's very much going to happen, and it starts today, Leno.
Starts today. I can't help. I don't respect the Giants. I didn't respect the Panthers.
Me neither.
I didn't respect the Browns, but I really didn't respect the Panthers, so much so that I was looking ahead to Chicago during the Panthers game, if you remember. I feel that way about this Giants game. My mind, I'm on to Pittsburgh. And I know this is, I'm bad for this. It's terrible. Shun me if you want. My mentality is on the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. I think this game, if you're for real and you're going to actually win 10, 11, 12 games, this doesn't matter. You need to handle it. I don't care how good you look doing it. Just win.
Just win.
Next weekend, with the Pittsburgh fans potentially having the opportunity to invade this place,
I think you'll see those ugly towels. I don't think you'll see nearly as many as the last time they were here.
I hope not.
This fan base is slowly coming back.
Last time they were here was that Monday night against Kirk was the quarterback. It was Jay Gruden.
I believe so. It was a long time.
I was in college.
Yeah.
Wow, I remember that.
They took the joint over.
Yeah.
Like it was a Pittsburgh home game. I don't know that you'll see it like that.
Yeah.
You'll still see those ugly towels, but I think you'll see much more Washington fans there because the fandom is coming back across this fan base.
Yeah.
Even those that are still upset about little things, trust me, I don't really like the name either, but I like Jay Daniels. And I'm willing to, I will sit through the name if it means that I get to watch this dude wear number 5, play quarterback for my team. All right, when we get back, the game will have kicked off from New York, New Jersey, to be frank. So we got the Commanders looking to get to 7-2. You got the Giants in their old school blue uniforms, blue helmets, white. I actually love the Giants.
I was about to say, I would wear like a red sleeve. And I know people are probably like, what are you talking about? The Giants have this like red trim on their uniforms that look really good. I would be wearing a red sleeve. Malik Neighbors was like wearing these fancy tennis chains around his neck. Jayden Daniels has got this massive
5
number
chain.
5 chain. I love everything about it.
The NFL tweet, I got 5 on it. I was like, all right, fair enough.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
They love this guy. What's not to love about
What's not to? They made Jay Daniels made the NFL so much money with that Hail Mary. They tweeted these numbers about how he was like 50% of their social media engagement. They're getting paid off of that. He's not seeing that money. He will.
Eventually. On the back end.
He's gonna get $70 million a year.
Well, that's another thing. Real quick here while we try to buy some more time here for a second. I honestly wanted to say this last week. After the Hail Mary, I was so excited. And I did maybe a Largo bit. But like in reality, I'm to the point with him, and I know I'm ripping up the contract when it's time, and I'm giving him the Mahomes.
I'm giving him
I want the 10-year. I want the 10-year deal.
I want for eternity.
He needs to be a commander for life.
Lifetime kind of numbers there.
That is where I'm at when it comes to this guy. I know the health is a big piece of that, and you want to make sure, you got to stay healthy. I need the Mahomes contract.
You need the Mahomes deal. Even if there is like some sort of sophomore slump, we're seeing that with CJ Stroud now. You still know that he's a guy.
Oh, I think the Stroud thing, they can't protect him for whatever.
They can't protect him. They have no one to throw to, which hopefully that never happens here. But eventually, you'll get down years. You know when a guy is the guy,
and he's already showing. Here's my thing about doing those type of deals. You're in a position. You're in a position where he's the type of quarterback that I don't worry because he elevates everybody around you. That to me is who those contracts are reserved for. And we're already seeing it right here off the rip that like he's
about to elevate this team to 7-2. The game kicks off when we get back. Don't go anywhere. Burgundy and Gold Game Day live when we return. Game underway in New Jersey. Washington, Linnell doing my favorite bit, kicking to start the game. I love it when they have the opportunity to do the double at the half and just completely crush the dreams of the opponents. So they kick to New York to start the game. New York gets it at their own 30-yard line. They got some dudes flying on a kick return, by the way.
Yeah.
They start with a 3-yard run to Tyrone Tracy on a 1st and 10. Pretty standard at this point for this team. On 2nd and 7, they get a 4-yard run from Tyrone Tracy. That brings up a 3rd and 3. Daniel Jones throwing a short pass to the right, and it's swallowed up immediately by Jeremy Chin. So it is a completion for a gain of 1 yard, but it gets the defense off of the field. And now Jaden Daniels in the offense starting at the 30-yard line. That's a really good start for the Commanders, getting the defense off the field, putting your offense back on it. You love to see that.
Yeah, I think it was impressive that they were able to get off on the 3rd down. It was a 3rd and 3. Like, the Giants did their job on 1st and 2nd down, putting themselves in that 3rd and manageable situation. And then, Washington bowed up when it mattered the most on that 3rd down. I thought you mentioned Jeremy Chin came screaming up and got into the passing lane. Or excuse me, not got into the passing lane. It was the backside defensive end, not chasing down the play action look, making Daniel Jones throw the football over his head. It gives Jeremy Chin the time to fly in there and blow that play up. Chin has been awesome.
He's been really good the past few weeks.
And I remember to start the season, the irony of all of this, he was inconsistent. He wasn't consistently tackling. He wasn't the guy that, we all expected him to be when we saw him in camp and when the regular season started. So,
you know what's interesting about that 3rd down? The formation on the defensive front was very unique. You had Daron Payne as the only down lineman, and everybody else was standing. And I do think it flustered the Giants a little bit. And then on top of that, as you mentioned, you had guys that didn't bite on the play action. It was expertly played by Washington on a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, I thought they did a really good job with that. And it was a situation where, look, the Giants are going to try and run the football. I know they're going to have positive gains on 1st and 2nd down. You can't let it be something that is consistent, though, is the best way that I would put it. And this is something that's interesting. Washington, that 3 and out to start?
That's a 3 and out for the Washington offense. It really got their offense kind of slowed immediately. On 1st and 10, they give it to Austin Eckler on the outside, and he gains only 1. It kind of looked like he had an opportunity to gain a lot more than just 1, but he gains only 1. Hell of a punt from Tressway. Lord have mercy.
Hey, boom.
That guy got a leg.
Yeah.
So then you get to 2nd and 9. They get Austin Eckler again off the right side, but they kind of get him in motion, so he's running off tackle a little bit, which I thought looked a lot better. And that brings up a 3rd and 5, and then Jane Daniels looking for Noah Brown. It was the right decision, it looked like. It was just a tough pass to complete. He gets broken up, and Tressway got a punted. So Washington, after their defense does its job, the offense does not, and they go 3 and out. We don't see many of those.
The Commanders had the moments last week, like in Chicago, where they couldn't move the ball at times. More specifically, in that second half, I think when we go back and watch that 3rd down, Luke McCaffrey was screaming wide open. I don't know.
Was he on the outside?
Yeah.
Yeah. He it looked like I kind of thought Jaden was going to run on that 3rd down.
Yeah,
I think that the read to Noah Brown it's not a bad one because Noah Brown is coming across. You get it to him. He probably gets that 1st down because he's across the sticks. But it did look like on the replay that the guy on the outside running one looked like a little bit of a comeback. Luke McCaffrey was there. There was a penalty on the punt. It was against New York.
That's good
so
news.
They're going to be backed up against their own end zone.
They're not good, so that makes it a lot easier for Washington. I think offensively, like going back to last week, there were issues at times moving the football. And, I wonder, this is now the 2nd game of tape that the Giants have on the Commanders going against them. I wonder how that impacts the efficiency of the offense today. Is that a real thing, or is it some Linnell-driven narrative?
Should look like pass interference. But whatever. I mean, it looked like pass interference. He's all over him.
Okay.
But I will digress. I'm still pretty confident here. But now it begs the question. So New York's obviously going to run the ball a lot. Duh. But when you're backed up against your own end zone, how aggressive are you if you're Joe Witt? in getting in their face, trying to stifle them at the line of scrimmage,
Super aggressive.
and then getting to a position where it's a 3rd and long to make Daniel Jones drop back.
Super aggressive. I think that's why you do the work to flip the field, and then you got the penalty, on top of it all.
Because it was already a great punt. I mean, the Giants punt returner fielded it at the 10, which is usually a no-no in the NFL, but he fields it at the 10. He gets about 4 or 5 yards, 6 yards, whatever. But then that penalty negates just about all the returns. So you're going to be starting around the, it looks like at the 16 or so.
So that's not good. I thought they'd be even more backed up than that. But
sorry, it's going to be. I'm waiting for the things to come down here. It looks like they're going to get it at like the 8-yard line. Half the distance to go on an illegal blindside block.
Yeah, so that's a tough spot. I thought Washington last week. I was concerned last week about Chicago's rushing attack and would they be able to bottle that up. I just think they're doing such a better job on the interior of the D-line, getting off double teams and playing big is something that I heard Joe Witt Jr. say this week that I totally agree with. Got to play big, man.
So they're going to start at it looks like their 7-yard line. New York is. Great, or 8-yard. See, I was right. I cut it in half. I cut 16 in half. This is a huge drive for Washington's defense. If you can force them to another 3 and out, you put yourself in a position to really dominate the field possession.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is massive when you have a guy like Jaden Daniels at quarterback, because he's not going to be throwing incompletions all day.
No, he's not. And the Giants are clearly making a concerted effort to get Tyrone Tracy the football. Not overreacting. I'm just noting what I'm seeing. It's 3 and 4 yards a pop right now. Like that's too much.
That's too much. It's far too much. On that 1st and 10 from the 8, he gets 4 yards.
And right now, the way that they're playing it, they're committing 8 guys in the box, and there goes another one.
I mean, I'd literally hand it to this guy every single play.
Don't be like idiot Shane Waldron and just stop running.
I'd hand it to him every single play. He picks up 10 yards on a 2nd and 6. The guy's legitimately unstoppable.
Yeah,
because Washington's run defense is atrocious.
That's my concern, man. I don't know what it is all the time as to why it's happening. I think this one was one of those times where the double teams hit and they were able to work their way up to the next level.
Because the benefit of getting an early lead and a big lead is that you take that ability away from them and you force Daniel Jones to throw the football. I mean, he's involved in the run game too.
Oh, my. See? That's what I'm talking about. I got yelled at on Friday night by a fan for being, he said, I'm the most negative Washington fan there is, because I said, this ride has been great. We're 6-2. It feels good. But the issue that we have ain't an issue that you can just overcome. It isn't an issue that good teams deal with. And not being able to stop the run is huge to me. Like, it opens up everything else for other teams offensively. And like, you ask most defensive coaches across the country, what is the most dog? Okay, I'm about to send out an angry tweet.
I mean, Washington's.
I'm about to send out an angry tweet. They're doing it again. This is the thing that like concerns me. If you can't stop the Giants, what do you think Najee Harris and Jalen Warren are going to do to you next week? What do you think Saquon Barkley is going to do to you coming up? Hell, what do you think Alvin Kamara is going to do to you?
On 3 plays, the Giants have gained 10, 24, and 15 yards, all running.
The run fits have been egregious. I hate that problem is continuing to rear its ugly head. Like that to me is like the issue. Is like, why can't they stop the run? And the Giants are smart. Keep it on the ground. They can't stop you.
I mean, I would literally not. Like, the one thing that Daniel Jones is bad at is throwing.
Yeah.
And if you can run the football, you're stopping him from doing the thing that he's the worst at.
Yeah, legit good teams can run the football. Is Washington that?
No.
That's like, or can stop the run. That's
stop the run. They are not that.
Fowler's got to make that tackle.
Like, they're just getting destroyed.
Run fits have been atrocious. Like, I mean, this is like that. It's my issue with this group. Like, I don't get it. They got the personnel to stop the run. Why can't they? And now they're at that point, they're stacking the box. They're going to commit more guys. Fowler sack.
Oh,
Phil.
Oh, my God. They're calling that a fumble. Phil, you gave up on it.
Pick it up, Bobby. Go.
I mean, to take that to the house just to say that you did it, holy smokes. That was Dante Fowler who just laid the wood pause on Daniel Jones. He demolished him. For some reason, they stopped running the football like a bunch of dummies.
Yeah.
And that's a fumble.
I think he tried to flick it forward.
Hold up. We need to see that. That's a fumble.
No, the hand's not going forward.
That's a fumble.
The hand was not going forward.
And there's a clear recovery on that with Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, the hand doesn't go forward until after the ball is out.
Oh, buddy.
Is that a fumble?
That's a fumble.
Wow.
Dan Quinn got a challenge. Yeah, they're calling that one. You got to challenge that one immediately.
Yeah. That's a heck of a play, though, by Fowler. But, yeah, this is what we were talking about, bro. Why do you stop running the football? Where do you get that is what's good for business, Brian Dable?
I mean, he's literally not good at throwing.
Yeah,
he's literally not good at it.
That's a
clear fumble.
That's a fumble. Clear fumble. That's a fumble. It bails out this Commanders' run defense. Wow.
100%, because they were just torching them. I don't know what he thought he was doing.
Yeah, bailing out this run defense. I mean, that's big.
That's going to be a fumble, and it's going to really depend on where the refs spot it, because you had the clear recovery of Bobby Wagner taking it to the house.
Yeah.
But at that point, it looked like, based on the way everyone had stopped, we can't hear, obviously. It looked like the way everybody had stopped, the play was blown dead, but you have a clear fumble recovery.
And that's why I'm like, we haven't seen this scenario in a while in the NFL in terms of is it one of those situations where they're going to spot it where you made the clear and obvious recovery?
Which at that point, because the ball being kicked was across midfield.
Or do they let that rock and say, well, that's a touchdown? That's the difficult.
That's going to be the difficult decision that the refs make, and I don't trust the refs.
I don't know why they can't stop the run. That's my bigger issue. Because I'm not just looking about. That's a good point. This was a Dan Quinn issue in Dallas, stopping the run.
Yeah, they were really good against the pass. They couldn't stop the run.
Wow.
But they're going to get the football back with a very short field. Either that or the offense for the Giants is going to come back after a kickoff. Those are the only two options here.
And I'm feeling good about either or. I think we got the ruling. We'll wait for
the TVs to get back here. That's going to be a fumble, though.
Yeah, that's a fumble for sure. No way. Daniel Jones, he's bad at football.
He's not good.
Yeah, he's just not a good football player. That just is what it is at this point, and I have no qualms with that. He's allowed to not be good, as far as I'm concerned.
So that is going to be ruled a fumble, but it doesn't look like it's going to be ruled a touchdown.
Yeah,
which is a pain. Generally speaking, it feels like the refs. I mean, Phil Mathis, you got to pick that up earlier, buddy. It feels like the refs let that play out 90% of the time. Because it's such a great play by Dante Fowler. He just obliterates 70.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, was he trying to let him go because it's a screen? But no,
no,
the guards let the interior guys go. He wasn't supposed to get out.
Yeah, he just obliterates him, and he's reaching for the football too. That's a hell of a play from Dante Fowler, and the Commanders are going to get the football back.
Wow,
they're putting Mike Pereira on. I don't care, Mike.
Yeah, Mike
I don't care.
No, Mike gets. We don't like to hear Mike.
So Washington gets the football back at New York's 31-yard line.
There's that turnover I predicted.
There's that turnover. And you talk about short fields. That's an incredibly short field. The offense back on here. Now you got Jane Daniels, and he got to take advantage of it. This offense got to take advantage of it.
Yes, for sure.
And they get a positive play on first down.
Get right back to leaning on the run game. Make this game an hour and 30 minutes if you have to.
I'd love that.
Run the ball.
Run the football. All right. It scores nothing. There's 8 minutes and counting left to go. Jaden Daniels and the offense got the ball. They're knocking on the door of the red zone. We'll let you know what the offense can do when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live with Denton, Leno, Willingham. It's not Halloween anymore, Linnell. It's not October, but it is Halloween weekend. And you know what we do on Halloween weekend? We get scary.
Yes, we do.
8th touchdown pass of the season for Jaden Daniels. He finds Terry McLaurin, and the Commanders take advantage of that Daniel Jones fumble, and the score is 7-0. Oh, I love Terry McLaurin, and I love Jaden Daniels.
He was my Baldino's lock and key player to lock in on.
He was. Smart by you.
He had to play good today. I know old Terror Bear, man, is just he's making a fool out of me. I don't want to say a fool, but I was skeptical of what this receiving core could be when the season started, and I was honestly skeptical of Terry McLaurin and whether or not what type of receiver he was.
He did a peekaboo celebration.
He did do a peek. He's very aware of the nickname. That's what I love about him. He gets it. But no, this is what is supposed to happen. And look at that, people. That's a red zone touchdown, by the way, for all of the folks that are super concerned about Washington's red zone offense. There you go.
That's Terry McLaurin's 30th touchdown of his career.
Wow.
He's had a ton this season, significantly more, it feels like, than he does in years previous. And Jaden Daniels, that was his 8th touchdown of the season, 8th passing touchdown. They got there thanks in part to a pass interference penalty on Noah Brown on a 2nd and 5 that took him from the 26 to the 4. And it was a clear pass interference. Giants DB, they went deep to Noah Brown. They didn't turn their head and pushed him out of bounds. And then they just take advantage of it. They had a run with Austin Eckler that was a strong run, but then it's Jaden to Terry. And if you watch that replay, Linnell, which they've showed it a couple of times now, a perfect ball. Low and kind of low and leading Terry, so he kind of falls into it. It was as good as you're going to find a red zone slant in the NFL, and it puts Washington up 7-0. And now, like, you're still at the point where it's the first quarter. You can still run the ball if you're the Giants. But if you're Washington, if you get off the field on this series and go score again, you're effectively neutralizing their ability to run with Tyrone Tracy, which has easily been the best thing that they can do on offense.
Yeah, it'd be good if the offense can neutralize the Giants' running attack, because defense damn sure isn't. I mean, we have no answer. It's 4 yards, 5 yards, every play. Like that to me, and I'm going to be a stickler. You can say I repeat myself. I can give a damn. Like that to me is what matters the most about this defense. Like they got to clean this up. I don't know how they do it, but you're now in a 3rd and 2. And the D-line has no clue what the Giants are about to do. And that's a terrible place to be in.
They have to run it here. There's no way they're going to let Daniel Jones throw the football. And Tyrone Tracy gets it every single time. I don't know if that's Singletary Tracy. He gets it every single. I mean, they have run 10 carries for 80 yards in the first half. In the first quarter.
That's unacceptable.
It's terrible. I mean, they're on pace for nearly 400 yards. Now, we know that's not going to, like, stick, obviously. But they're currently on pace for nearly 400 yards of rushing offense.
Yeah. And like
meanwhile, Daniel Jones is 1 of 1 for -7 yards.
Yeah, like that. It's tough because, like, I don't know how they fix it. They've now added, so they're playing their base defense right now. Michael Walker's coming. They have 3 backers on the field, and tackle's broken. Michael Walker misses a tackle.
Yeah, Michael Walker had the running back for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah,
and he just misses. Goes a little high, whiffs.
But yeah, Daniel Jones shouldn't be throwing the ball.
No, I would.
But is that another 4-yard gain? Is the Fox graphic right?
That is another 4-yard gain.
I mean, they're eating it up.
A 2-yard loss is a 4-yard gain. It's terrible.
Like the run defense has been bad, man. And like I get called a hater when I point it out. I get told that I'm not, I'm negative Nancy and blah, blah, blah. I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me, especially when John was healthy. When John was healthy, it was more baffling because it's like, all right, and now wow. Oof. Talk about running and hit. Like that's somebody just caught the tackler or the ball carrier. We don't do that in this defense. We don't catch guys. We bring the boom and lay the lumber.
We bring the boom like that annoying family on social media.
Yeah. Like
we're supposed to, at least.
Well.
That brings up another 3rd and 1. The score's 7-0 with 4 minutes and counting left in the first quarter. Washington's offense has really only played about 6 plays. And it's been all Giants. They took advantage of a Daniel Jones fumble that they turned into a touchdown. They just tried to.
I hate when why are they outsmarting themselves? Brian Dable's an idiot.
I mean, thankfully for them, at least, it looks like it's going to work, and it does. Why would you, you're getting all the push in the world to your running back.
Off.
Just hand the ball off to your running back. They sneak it and it works, so they keep it going. But why would you put your quarterback in an unnecessary spot right there?
Yeah, he walked. It was fake, like sneaky on their behalf. And if I'm Daniel Jones, I'm like, dude, do you not see how fragile I am? Stop running me. Bad things happen when I run the football.
I don't know if he got that in looking at the replay, but there's no need to challenge that.
He's got 25 yards. I mean, look at it. This isn't like, come on, man. Now you're getting your manhood tested. They running the ball straight at you. Like,
like they look like the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean,
they're going to have 100 yards rushing by the time this drive is over, unless they fumble on the next play.
But the bigger problem, we know it's a problem. I want to know why it's a problem. If it's a Dan Quinn scheme thing problem, well, what did you do to try to address that? And now they're run blitzing and they're missing.
They're just missing.
They're run blitzing and it's hurting them more. So the run blitz is not the answer, probably.
They got another third down coming up. I mean, Tracy is just picking up chunk after chunk after chunk. Not massive, but 4 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, 4 yards. He has had on this drive no rush less than 4 yards.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary has had no rush less than 4 yards on this drive. Excuse me, he had a 1 yard rush on 3rd and 1 to pick up a first down.
They got to get this cleaned up, or this fairy tale season is going to come to a crashing halt. Seriously.
Somebody had him stopped and they whiffed on a 3rd and 1.
Well, they got to consistently stop the run, or else this magic carpet ride is going to have a quick end to it.
That puts the Giants over 100 yards rushing. There are still 2 minutes to go in the first quarter.
That's embarrassing.
16 carries for 104 yards.
I mean, because guys getting thrown out the damn club. That's what we call that. That's what you call getting your ass thrown out the club, getting put on your backside. You can scream, run and hit all you want.
The Giants have
plays.
They are on 9 plays and have passed 0 times, and they're approaching the red zone. And when they do pass, it's an 8-yard loss.
Yeah, because they're not good at it.
Are they I'm sorry. I know I'm rooting for the team, obviously.
Yes.
Is Brian Dable the dumbest human being on the planet?
One of them.
You are having insane success running the ball, and then you throw a screen that loses 8 yards. I'll take it. It's great for the Commanders, but this guy is a dummy.
Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning is for it, but I'll take it right then. I mean,
because now you
cool.
Force your quarterback to throw.
Right. And now, this drive, which you wasted a lot of time on, it may end up being all for nothing. Daniel Jones has negative passing yards.
Yeah, it's mostly because of the sack, but that was also a negative play on the pass. He's just a good runner.
Yep.
And he picks up on the 2nd and 16, 11 yards with his legs. In what should have been, it looked like there was pressure getting to him. They just couldn't fully get to him. So it makes it a much more 3rd and manageable kind of situation. And if you're,
what are you saying? Should they go for it?
I mean, I would. If it's 4th and 3, will you have another weird kicking situation? I'd go for it. I'd give it to Tyron Tracy. They have proven they can't stop you. So it's a 3rd and 5 here for the defense. Got to get off the field. You're up 7-0. They're not going to snap the ball here, and I can't believe they fell for that. That has to be a false start, though.
On Theo Johnson, look like. I don't know, but either way,
they called that an offsides. Oh, that is so Ron Rivera. Oh, that don't look like no Dan Quinn. That looked like a Ron Rivera defense.
Man,
they just got a 2nd and 16, and now they're going to be given a 1st and 10 because you let Daniel Jones run for 11 yards and Frankie Louvu jumps offside. So excuse me, it's going to be a 3rd and 1. What do you think they're going to do on 3rd and 1, Linnell? They're going to run the ball.
I'd go read option.
Oh, that's atrocious.
Now the read option is fully at your disposal because of the way you're running on the interior. Daniel Jones has already kept it and got some chunks. So the defensive ends are in no man's land right now. I'm telling you, it's the worst spot to be in. But I don't know. I got to keep harping on it. Najee's coming to town next week. You got Saquon twice.
Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts.
You have Tajee Spears, Tony Pollard, Alvin Kamara, Bijan Robinson, Tyler Algier.
The final numbers: 17 carries, 115 yards rushing in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Comparatively, Daniel Jones is 2 of 2 for negative 13 yards.
I mean,
eventually they're setting up for some form of play action. But this is awful.
I don't know what to say because like this is a real issue. And like I'm not trying to overstate it, but like, man, if you know ball, you know ball. That's any defensive coordinator out there would tell you. The first rule of thumb to being a good defense is stopping the run. If you can't do that, everything else gets set up off of it. And you're in a tough spot. I just don't know. They got to fix this. I don't know if there's a solution.
I don't know what if somebody can give me a solution, please do. You can tweet me at the Day at NELL_BTP. We're on YouTube as well. The comment section is open for you. If you have a solution to the atrocities that is this run defense, please give it to you. Like, I don't know if it's a player. I don't know if it's a scheme thing. Like, I don't know if it's a willpower. Like, I don't know what the answer is, but clearly what is on the field right now is not it.
No, not at all.
115 yards in the first quarter.
I'm starting to think it's like I'm starting to think it's like a scheme thing. Because like DQ's defense in Dallas couldn't do it either. But this ain't good, bro. I just keep thinking ahead, and it's hard. I told y'all I was looking ahead, looking past the Giants out of complete disrespect. And maybe I'm look stupid by doing that. But like I just look at Pittsburgh coming to town. I look at your matchups that you have down the stretch. Saquon, like you can't come in there thinking you're not going to play the run well and you're going to win those games. I can't pick you against a Philadelphia if you're not going to be able to run. If you're not going to be able to stop the run,
You can't stop the run, no chance.
How do I pick you to win the game?
They're just going to run the ball all over you. So it's a 3rd and 1 for the Giants at the start of the second quarter. The score is 7-0 Washington. We'll let you know what the defense can do if they can somehow come up with a stop when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. That drive did not end well for Washington's defense. The score is 7-7 thanks to a Daniel Jones touchdown pass. He is 4 of 4 for 0 yards and a touchdown, but he has a touchdown pass. The Giants have carried the ball 20 times for 140 yards. The drive they just went on, Linnell, might have legitimately been their best drive of the season. 16 plays, 73 yards. It ate up nearly 10 minutes of clock over both the first and second quarter of the game, and it's 7-7 with 12:21 remaining in the first half. Abysmal from Washington's defense.
It's embarrassing.
Awful.
It's embarrassing. Straight up. That's the only way I can describe it. You could talk about being a playoff team. You could talk about best record since, Doc Walker had hair. I can give a rat's ass about that. If you can't stop the run, this magical fairy tale run that you're on is going to come to a screeching halt, and you're going to get humbled. Because when Najee Harris comes to town next week, go ahead and don't run fit. They're not going to stop running the football. Mike Tomlin's no dummy. They will run it till they bleed. Literally. That's the mentality they're going to have. So if they're not going to be able to stop the run, this season ain't going anywhere. I'm telling you it's not. Because I guarantee you, Philly's going to punch you in the mouth. I guarantee New Orleans is going to try to punch you in the mouth. Atlanta. Those are the rest of the way. You got teams that live and die by running the football. That's who they are. So if you're not going to be able to stop that as a defense, I got bad news for you. Craig Hoffman tweeted something out that made me think a little bit, but also I'm like, man, I hear you, but until I see it, it's poppycock. He was like, well, the Giants can play this way all they want. It's not sustainable. They're one penalty away from killing themselves.
Well, they had a big loss, and
they still
converted a 2nd and 16. Now, that was because of the Luvu penalty. But right now, the Giants have outgained Washington 132-14.
All on the ground.
All on the ground.
They have negative passing yards.
Listen to this possession split. Time of possession split. The Commanders have possessed the ball for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The Giants have possessed it for 15 minutes and 9 seconds. I do agree with Craig in that this is not sustainable. We've seen that 1,000 times. I mean, at one point, Brian Robinson was on pace to go for 200 yards against the Giants the first game they played. So, this will come back down to earth a little bit. But the point of Washington sucking against the run is not going to change. They're awful. They cannot defend the run. You can't beat a good team if you can't defend the run.
Even the bad teams you're going to struggle against if you can't defend the run. That's my issue with all of this is it ain't no quick fix. It's a non-negotiable to me. But I think they're making a choice here. Because if you notice, they're playing light boxes. They're playing with 2 high safeties because they're scared to death of getting beat over the top. So then I pose this question to you, Denton. Would you rather give up 4 yards of pop on the ground or give up the chunk play in the air through the pass game?
I mean, I would love it if Malik Neighbors is more of an afterthought. That's just me. I'd love it if he's more an afterthought because we know it's a lot easier to move the football down the field when you're throwing to him versus Tyrone Tracy. Right? That is just what it is. Daniel Jones, by the way, threw his first touchdown pass at home in almost 2 years. The last touchdown pass he had thrown at MetLife was January 1st of 2023. I knew I made a mistake of saying that on the pregame show. So, you know what?
Happen.
Right hand up. That's on me. I'll take that one.
But we knew it was going to happen.
Washington now has the football back. Jaden Daniels picked up 9 yards on a scramble, a designed keeper on first down to get the offense moving. He's playing really, really well so far. He's locked in. Austin Eckler picks up a first down, and Jaden just delivers a strike to Noah Brown.
That was a really good catch and adjustment for Brown. I look like those two may have been on different pages there, but that's a hell of an adjustment.
Hell of a catch, dragging the feet down, getting the hip down.
I love me some Noah Brown.
Noah Brown, I love that they're using him more, and he's not just like that Hail Mary guy. That's a 16-yard reception for Noah Brown. Love that. And that gets the team across midfield to the Giants' 44, so the offense is now moving. Right now, your offense is your best defense.
Yeah, and I think you got to try to get the possession back in your favor here, man. Ooh. Oh, he broke the tackle.
I tell you what, Noah Brown's a dog. Noah Brown is about that life. Noah Brown is the atypical, what you think of when you think of a Dan Quinn player. Yep. Noah Brown is that.
Yeah.
Usually when you think of the Dan Quinn guy, you think of the LOB, Legion of Boom, right? You think of defensive guys, but from a mentality standpoint, Terry, Noah Brown, B-Rob, these are all prototypical Dan Quinn guys.
Yeah, for sure. I've been impressed with Noah Brown, man. I think Adam Peters and company deserve a ton of credit for even making that move. Because that's just a very sneaky pickup. Uh-oh.
Honestly,
there goes Dirty 30.
I'm going to give a round of applause to the fan base, too. Because the second he was cut,
people were like, I need
everyone was like, get Noah Brown immediately.
Yeah.
And, sometimes when people do that, you're like, hey, can you chill out a little bit?
Right.
But they were right. Everyone was right. Noah Brown's been a hell of a pickup, as is Austin Eckler. He carries it on a 2nd and 7 for 20 yards. That's the biggest play of the day so far for Washington. That was like week 2 Austin Eckler right there. Just bouncing off tackles.
Explosive.
And once he gets to the second level, he is a pain in the rear end to bring down. You know that, I know that, and certainly the defense knows that.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch him, bro. There he goes. There he goes again. I just love when he touches it. Good things normally happen.
The creativity with Cliff Kingsbury, too, to design things for him. All right, Washington's in the red zone. They're looking to add or retake the lead. The score is 7-7, 9:30 and counting left to go. We'll let you know what Washington can do with the rest of this offensive drive when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Just slide. Just slide. Linnell, I got good news. I got bad news. Which one do you want first?
Bad news.
Bad news. We got to watch the defense again.
Oh.
Good news. It's because Washington scored. They marched right down the field. This is a hell of a response drive. 11 plays, 70 yards. And Austin Eckler gets in from 1 yard out. They did have a 4th and 1 from the New York Giants 12-yard line, and Jaden took it himself for 6 yards. The team is now 10 of 10 on 4th down this season.
That's incredible.
They are legitimately unstoppable with number 5 back there because he can beat you in so many different ways, and they take the lead back. It's so nice having an unstoppable offense, but now you and I have to sit here and watch the defense.
Yeah.
Why do bad things happen to good people?
It's tough. The one thing I would say, right, with that last drive, 11 plays, 70 yards, it's going to be that type of game where you may only get 6 possessions offensively or like 8 possessions offensively. I think it's a more realistic number. But, like, you got to capitalize. The red zone stuff is huge, being able to convert these things into those opportunities into touchdowns, because the defense is shown here that, like,
they are struggling.
Hot knife through butter in terms of, like, what is happening on the ground, and it's tough to watch. They're not good.
No, what you can't do if you're Washington is allow another massive drive in terms of time. Yeah, the best thing you can do right now, 1, is get a stop. But then 2 is score again before the half, knowing that you get the ball back to start the second half. It's one of my favorite things that Dan Quinn is seemingly doing every single week, whether it's his choice or the idiotic choice of the opposing team, taking the ball first against Washington and giving them the opportunity to double. Because, damn it, they are good when they double. There was a Jaden Daniels sitting on the bench with an ice pack, but I'm going to just see that that's normal.
Yeah, that was the bit he was doing last week. And they didn't say it was ice or heat. It's just a bandage.
Just a bandage of some kind. I would assume it has to be something.
Well,
I do want to remind everybody, by the way, real quick, Linnell, we are going to be commercial free during the entirety of halftime. We are the only interactive Commanders show in the city during games. So jump in on the phones with us at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The Commanders up 14-7 over the Giants right now. The Giants get the football. This is the best starting field position they've had all day. It's at their own 32-yard line.
Yeah, is Washington going to change how they defend this thing? So they've walked a guy up into the box. They're playing a single high look right now. I wonder, are they going to commit to that? And now Daniel Jones tries to pass. Bad things happen.
Bad things happen. Somehow he's 4 of 4, or now he's 4 of 5. But he was 4 of 4 for 0 yards, a fumble, and a touchdown with a passer rating of 118.4.
Ooh, baby. Love it.
I'll tell you what. If that doesn't tell you that the passer rating statistic is the dumbest statistic, I don't know what does.
You're like, here's my thing. Someone in the comments just said, don't you dare go to negative town. What's wrong with you people? Just because I'm pointing out an obvious flaw that the team has doesn't mean I'm being negative.
My God, they stopped a run for only 2 yards.
And they stopped it.
And that's going to give you a 3rd and 8.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, you got to get off the field here if you're the defense. Got to get off the field here. Give the ball back to that offense that's playing as well as they are, and you got the opportunity to break this thing wide open because they can't throw.
No, they can't.
I say that, watch, they're going to convert on a pass. But you got a 3rd and 8. You got to get off the field here. It's 14-7 with 5 minutes, 5:40 to go. This is huge for the defense.
Yeah, it's massive. I think this is their most obvious passing situation that they've been in, and Washington brings heat. Washington darn near got there. That's good coverage. That's no eye, or that's Chin. Chin's having a day.
Jeremy Chin's having a day. Daniel Jones incomplete on that 3rd and 8. Defense gets off the field. Hot damn. He's going to Theo Johnson, it looked like there, big number 84.
Wow.
So you're going to get the ball back in the hands of Jaden Daniels that just went 11 plays, 70 yards. If you go up 21-7 here, Linnell, and let's just say you give them like a minute left, maybe they attempt to do something with it, maybe they don't. But then you give yourself the opportunity to go 3 scores in the first possession of the 3rd quarter. That completely neutralizes the running game for them.
I just don't understand why they throwing the ball. Why they're so like.
There was contact with the punter there. We're going to hope that somebody was blocked in to another player. And I think that's going to be the case because I don't see the flag popping up. So
love that.
That's a win. OZ does field it a little deeper than it looked like he should have.
Yeah.
But Washington's going to start just inside their own 20. So they do have a length to go here, but you got 5.5 minutes to do it, and you have the best quarterback arguably in the NFC, certainly in the NFC East, to do it, and he is playing hot right now.
Yeah,
I'm thinking they're going to target Terry this drive pretty heavily.
You know, I just want to see him pick up first downs and move the ball. I don't really have a preference as to how they do it. Because I'll be real with you. When the Giants went down and scored and were running the ball the way that they did, I had this hint of doubt. Like, maybe we're not going to win this game.
I would say it was more alarm than anything.
Because I thought they were past that, as I guess the way I'm going to put it. I thought we were above their silly issues stopping the run. That's just what I thought. I don't know.
Well, they are not.
They're not, clearly.
They are not. The Giants right now have a full game's worth of rushing yards.
I just don't know how to, how do you get better at that? Like, are they going to have to make wholesale changes schematically? I would love to, and I know the bye week provides teams a real opportunity to get technical in terms of X's and O's. They got to fix something with the run defense. They got to choose, are we going to be okay playing light boxes and giving up 5 yards a pop? Because I think their mentality is probably bend but don't break, right? Let them pick up first downs. It's not sustainable. Then we'll buckle down in the red zone. You got to do it because they scored. So that's tough.
I'm excited for this offensive drive. I think, though, we're going to see another nice long drive here, resulting in some points. Reminder, we are going to be commercial-free for the entirety of the halftime break. You can jump in on the phones with us. We are the only interactive Commanders show during the games. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're also on YouTube, so you can jump on with us in the chat. We'll be listening and discussing with some people in the chat during the halftime as well. So go to the 1067 The Fan YouTube channel, and you'll see us live doing our thing up there. We're presented, it is a Burgundy Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. When we get back, the offense on the field for the Commanders on a Burgundy Gold game day live. 2-minute warning in New Jersey. Washington up 14-7. They're going to be faced with a 3rd and 6 from the Giants' 40-yard line. This, to me, right now, Linnell, feels like 4-down territory. You got all 3 timeouts. You're moving the football well. Jaden Daniels connected with Noah Brown on a 31-yard reception on a 2nd and 11 to get them across midfield. Noah Brown's having a great game. Great game. This might be the Noah Brown game, and I say that after he caught a Hail Mary last week.
About to say, it's all about Noah. You know what? To your surprise, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think it's 4-down territory because I think the better play would be pinning them deep if you don't convert this, because I don't have much confidence in their offense, despite them running the ball down our throat at will. Just trying to give the defense a vote of confidence here, I guess. I wouldn't go for it, but I do think
it looks windy though. That's why, like the point afters that we've seen, it looks like they're really slicing to one side. So that does worry me a little bit.
So the one thing that's really impressed me so far with Washington on offense, like I love this quarterback that we have. Like he's
me too. Take a bullet for him.
The throws, I take several. I mean, the throws that he makes, man, they're impressive. And to know that he also has the ability to be a legit threat with his legs, like he's a real dude at the position. It's been a while, I guess, since like Jay and Kirk. I watch this offense and I expect them to score a touchdown every time they have
every single time.
And if they don't, it's a massive disappointment.
Like every single time I'm expecting some form of points.
Yeah, they've just been really, really, really good. They're showing the huddle right now for some reason.
They're locked in. Yeah. I mean, someone's offering Sam Cosmi water, and he's basically, in nice terms, telling them to leave.
Yeah, like that. No.
And he's like, we don't need this. We need to lock in. So this is a big 3rd and 6 for Washington. New York, unsurprisingly, blitzing. Yeah, you got to go for it. It's going to be a 4th and 1.
Now you're in that fringe area.
Now you're in that fringe area where you're at the 35. Jaden's like, keep me on the field. He finds Zach Ertz for a gain of 5. I would have loved if Ertz ran a slightly deeper route.
I think the decision was indicative of, hey, we're going for it. Like where Jaden went with the ball. Like just set us up for 4th and short.
How beautiful was it? So they lost 2 yards on first down to the 44 after the Noah Brown catch. They go 2nd and 12, they pick up 6 yards. They go 3rd and 6, pick up 5 yards to leave the offense on there. Talk about not doing it with just one play, right? Oh, they don't get it. That's gonna be a spot. Oh, they got it. Oh, God is great all the time. Spot. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh, he's hurt. He's limping off. Eckler just limped off. Dude, Eckler just limped off.
Let's see. Might be just a little bit of a stinger. Happens.
To the crowd of people that text me mean things saying I'm dumb for wanting a back. This is why.
He's pointing at his knee too. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully we get something there. It looks like Brian Dable's going to challenge this. He's standing right next to the official, waiting to get if I'm Washington, I am sprinting to the line of scrimmage.
So because it's I think it's coming from the booth because it's the scenario under 2 minutes.
Oh, it's under 2 minutes. You're right.
Wow, bro. I'm more worried about Eckler's health. Like that to me is the bigger issue. We actually got a call buzzed in if you want to hit the phones real quick.
Hit him.
Gordo out in Falls Church if he's ready to go.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, brother?
You guys have hit all the right notes so far. It's just there's no offensive line there. You know that. Other than a few quick hitters. And you're just waiting for that holding number 71 coming up. Next time they get in the red zone. Either that or he can't look to his right and see the ball. False start, number 71, offense. back, another shot for Austin. Now they're going to have to score 3 touchdowns, beat blue shirts. And Saquon is going to run all over them. He's good out of the backfield to catch passes too.
Hey, I was going to say,
we have no Sam or Willie, if you catch my drift, to pay tribute to good old Ken.
For sure. Hey, Gordo.
No Sam, no Willie.
He call you Sam Willingham?
Is that what he was doing?
I think he was calling you Sam Willie.
No.
I could be wrong. It looks like Washington's going to get that fourth down. So they're 11 for 11 on fourth downs. Booth review says good.
Love that. Love that.
That's going to keep it moving here. That's smart play calling by Cliff Kingsbury, understanding we're going to go for this. So we're going to do as much as we can to get as many yards in as many plays, rather than going for 12, attempting like a 12-yarder on 2nd and 12. And then if you miss that, you're stuck with 3rd and 12. So I love the decision making there from Cliff Kingsbury, just realizing if we're going to go for it on 4th down, we don't need every single bit of that in one play.
Love that. And I think
that's
like I said, the play call before, and the decision rather, before made that kind of obvious that was going to be a thing. So I'm curious to see how long the 4th down success lasts. Like, it's a good rule. It's a good mentality, I guess, to play with, like being aggressive, foot on the gas. I'm all for that.
I mean, eventually they will not convert on a 4th down. It just seems impossible to maintain 100% on 4th down for the entire season. However, I love the way that they handle the 4th down.
Hey!
That's a hip drop. How are you not calling a hip drop?
They called the hold, not the hip drop?
That's awful.
Not the hip drop?
Terrible.
No way we're screaming for a hip drop call.
But this is a textbook hip drop tackle.
Yeah. I don't think there was a stat. I think it's only been called once.
There's supposed to be a penalty as well. Like that was one of the rules in an effort to stop you from doing that, is that there's supposed to be a penalty as well. And the officials just are not doing that. So Washington's now going to have a 2nd and 20, because on that 1st and 20, Jaden looking for a back out of the flat, and the ball is tipped. Is that Brian Burns? Looks like Brian Burns. He's looking for McNichols out of the flat. This is going to push Washington's offense a little bit here. Now, the benefit is, Linnell, you got 40 seconds left. So even if you come away with the field goal here, you get the ball back to start, and you don't have to worry about the Giants scoring at the end of the half. So you're still in a good spot. But obviously, you want to come away with a touchdown. You need yards to get into field goal range. You're standing right now at the 46.
They're calling a timeout because they can't get the guys on the field. Every week they have penalties like this because, like, they struggle to get lined up because of the tempo stuff that they do. But damn, I was scared when that tackle happened.
I mean, I was petrified of that too.
Like, that was wild.
We're going to be commercial free for the entirety of the half. So get on the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. When we get back, we will be in our halftime portion of the show. It's a Burn Eagle game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power, and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I'm going to have a moment of honesty, Linnell, with you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Shame on the two of us for thinking that Jaden Daniels was not about to slice and dice this New York Giants defense.
Yeah, I know.
He just threw another touchdown pass, a dart with 6 seconds left to Terry McLaurin. The guy is 9 of 11 for 113 yards and 2 touchdown passes. Washington's up 21-7.
He's having a day.
He is having a MFing day.
Like that's the best way.
This is the MVP of the league that we are watching, or a guy that's at least in that discussion.
Yeah, he is having himself one hell of a performance. And the ball placement. He makes the routinely difficult plays look easy. And I think like that's what's most impressive with this kid. Like the two throws, one to Noah Brown. Was a Noah Brown catch on this drive?
The Noah Brown catch was on this drive.
That 31-yarder to Noah Brown.
Terry hit Deontay Banks with a too small. It's true.
Well, that's his son.
Yeah, it is his son.
He's got 2 kids within the division.
He's rocking him to sleep.
Trayvon, Deontay. But no, like, wow, bro. Like, who is that screaming on special teams? Wow.
Whoa.
Give me it. That was Mikey Sanders trying to punch the ball out.
Bunching the ball out.
That was Jordan McGee screaming down there on special teams. Love that. But no, man, this is the fun stuff. This is when the show and the program gets cool to do. Blowout, nothing to worry about.
Chilling.
Up 2 scores, going to be up 3 scores when we get it back because we score every time we touch it because we're the best offense ever. I actually says, look at the numbers.
Well, you know what's crazy is that the best offense ever, like that's not incredibly, if you look at the number, it's not incredibly far off.
It's not far-fetched.
They're all in the graphic. When you look at the best offenses ever in terms of yards per play and things of that nature, they're on the graphic.
But like the touchdown to Terry, the 31-yarder to Noah Brown, the kid's just special with his ball placement and accuracy. The Giants tried to heat him up on the blitz. Ball gets out to the right spot every time.
I wouldn't do that if I was them.
Like he's probably the best quarterback in the NFL this year against the blitz. I think that's what the numbers would tell you.
And by the way, there was a massive play on this drive from De'Ami Brown, a 3rd and 18 that he finds De'Ami Brown for about 6 yards. He breaks a tackle. He picks up the first down and then some, a 24-yard gain. That kept this alive and doable for Jaden to then, on the very next play, take the shot to Terry for a touchdown. So a huge play from De'Ami Brown to keep this drive alive. And you talk about the receiving core, right? Because we've been talking about when it comes to the trade deadline, like getting another wide receiver. And I'm not against getting another wide receiver, but I really love the De'Ami Brown making plays when called upon. Noah Brown today making plays when called upon. I think that's crucial for this offense. I don't think the wide receiver core is as bad or as much of a massive need as others do. The defense, yes. Yeah. But the receiving core, you can win with these guys.
You can. And like they're a good group. They complement each other really well is how I would put it. Like everyone's got a different skill set and they're all really sure-handed. Like that's the thing I like is it's not a guy that I worry about, oh, he's got the dropsies. Noah Brown, even though he had some drops last week, we've seen him make some big-time catches already here today.
Big time.
Terry, some of the best hands in the league. OZ has been sure-handed. We've seen De'Ami become sure-handed. Like it's been fun to watch, man. I'm genuinely excited about what we have at receiver. My one issue that I had going into the game, and the one issue that I complained about in the first quarter, they got to stop the run. They got to stop the run. Now, the game flow is going to dictate.
Yeah, they've stopped the run by being so good on offense.
And you said it in that first quarter. Like they may not be able to stop it with their defense, but they can stop the run with the offense.
They're just too explosive offensively. Yeah. You have to score every drive with them.
Pretty much.
And if you're New York and you're not doing that, I mean, they went 3 and out on the first drive, and that was New York's opportunity, and they whiffed on it. You have to score every drive with the Commanders, every single time.
Even with the Giants' turnover, they had more drives than the Commanders.
Yeah.
Like is that the way that's supposed to go? Am I like not? Am I like,
kind of. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I mean, they had, I think it's the same amount of drives.
It says 4 to 5. Maybe they haven't counted Washington's last drive yet on this chart.
It could be. So at one point, the Giants had outgained the Commanders 134 yards to 14.
Wow.
Now, the total yardage is 181 to 134.
Meaning they haven't given up anything.
They've given up next to nothing because of a couple of negative plays.
I just want to make sure I'm reading this right.
For the Giants.
Daniel Jones has 0 passing yards, but he has a passing touchdown.
Yeah.
Who did? Because that got him back into the positive.
So it got him. So he had the negative 6-yard play, but then the sack of a loss of 8 yards also counts towards the total passing yards, and the passing touchdown was like a 6-yard pass. So Daniel Jones is 4 of 6 for 0 yards and a touchdown. And he has a quarterback rating of 109.7, which, again, I encourage everybody to think that the quarterback rating statistic is stupid.
Wow, I just got some news from Pro Football Talk. I don't know how much to report from this. Trade deadline's coming up Tuesday. They're reporting Zadarius Smith to Detroit is currently expected to happen tonight or tomorrow.
Damn.
I know that's a guy Washington fans have been all over.
Very much would have loved to have.
Yeah, that stings. But all in all, really good first half. Jaden Daniels may finish with the best completion percentage ever for a quarterback in NFL history. He's 9 of 11. If he keeps putting together performances like this, where like that's like 90+% completion percentage,
it's close to it. Yeah,
9 out of 10 to 90, so it's like an 89,
like 80 something. Yeah,
I mean this is
81%, which is insane.
Terry's got 2 catches, both of them were touchdowns. Like, what's happening here? It's just fun to watch.
After 25 years in hell, you're finally getting a taste of heaven. You're like, wait a second.
This is what football's like.
We were missing out on this. I want to remind everybody we are commercial free, and you can jump in with us on the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Washington up 21-7 over the Giants at the half. Let's hit the phones. You can jump on the YouTube as well. At 1067 The Fan, we got a chat going on.
Bash, Athens. What's up, Bash?
Hey guys,
what's going
on, brother?
We look good so far. I mean, you think it's sustainable for the season?
It is.
I'm concerned about our defense.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is not good. The offense it's sustainable because it's already been sustained from week 2.
Yeah, I've seen enough with the offense.
The offense is legit as it comes. You are not stopping the offense. They are the only ones that can stop them at this point.
Can we make any moves for the by the trade deadline for the defense?
Hopefully that's a Darius Smith thing falls through.
Yeah.
But I think you need more on the interior, it feels like, because that's where they're getting beat up.
Yeah. I don't know if I think it's just by the way that they're scheming it up against the run, probably more than the personnel. I think if you need a corner, I would go after a corner because I think that helps your pass rush out. You can cover for longer. You don't have to play 2 high safeties all the time if you trust a legit guy on the edge, and they don't have that right now.
I agree.
Okay, well, thanks for taking my call. I'll listen.
For sure, Bash. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go to Reggie in DC. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, Boogie, talk to me, man.
What's going on?
I mean, look, man, this is it's becoming now old hat, man. And our offense. People talk about our defense. You know what helps out a defense? A great offense.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the Giants, right, and I'm not mad at the way they were playing as far as ball control. Because I think they showed a stat. They had the ball like 8 minutes, but they were still down 7-0 because of the Fowler sack.
Right.
But this offense, man, is phenomenal. I love the coaching. You can just tell, man, Quinn and Kingsbury is in his bag.
Yes.
I mean, okay, listen, man. I get it. You know, we still got 7-8 games, whatever it is, left. This team is going to, and I'm going to say it now, and I'll keep saying it every time I call you to halftime. This is going to be a tough team to beat in the playoffs. We are going to be not mentioning Super Bowl or nothing like that. I give that about 2 years when we really can get the roster and we get some playmakers on offense. But one thing I've noticed, and I want to see if you guys, feel the same way. You see the joy that Terry McLaurin's playing with, man?
Yes.
I've never seen him that animated before. 1,000 yards since he's been in the league with us. But it just seems like you can tell now, and I think you guys agree, that's the number 1 receiver right there because we got a quarterback there. So, again, Thanks for taking my call, man. I'm going to tap in next week at halftime against Pittsburgh.
Reggie, appreciate you as always, my man. 1-800-636-1067. I apologized earlier. He's damn sure number 1, right?
I don't know that there weren't many people arguing that he wasn't a number 1 wide receiver.
The argument
was that he wasn't a top 10 wide receiver. He's very much a number 1 wide receiver. We've seen on several occasions with awful quarterbacks him going out there and winning a game. He did it twice a couple years ago with Heineke.
He made us think Taylor Heineke was a good football player. That's all you need to know about how good
he is. Correct.
Let's go out to William, North Carolina. What's going on, William?
Hey, fellas.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, the Giants always a thorn in the outside, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Well, they might not be in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, y'all hope not. I know it's like Flowers, man. Flowers, like he's always going inside instead of staying where he's supposed to stay at. That's how their quarterback got so many long plays.
Yeah, the read option stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I said, stay home.
Fowler's been good rushing the passer. He's the reason we have. He's the reason we got that first touchdown because the forced fumble. But yeah, I agree.
Right, and then for Matthews to miss that ball right in his hand. Come on. Yeah. All right, man. We'll try to hope to make it best for the second half. I can relax.
But you stressing right now?
Yeah, I'm stressing, man. I'm stressing. Just a little mistakes, man. But Giants are throwing in outside.
Yeah,
they always give us a tough time. Thanks.
I agree.
I mean, I understand where he's coming from with that, but like they're up 21-7.
Yeah.
And they're about to be up at the very least 24, potentially 28-7. They're a thorn in our side, yes, but this ain't no Ron Rivera team anymore. They were a thorn in Ron Rivera's side because Ron didn't know how to get up for divisional games.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he didn't
this team knows how to get up. I mean, run defense aside, but we saw that balanced out. They were not going to run for 400 yards against his defense. That balances out.
Let's go to Jumbo. DC. What's up, Jumbo?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's going on?
What's going on, Bo?
I was just, obviously listening to all the callers and pretty much echo what everybody said, but I'm just going to dumb it down for me a little bit.
Okay.
And it looks like they're trending to win today. They'll be 7-2, and then after that, not to put restrictions on them, but if they go 4-4 after that, that'll be 11 wins. And obviously, we hope you go 8-0. But with Philadelphia and even Dallas, Pittsburgh, you've got a little cushion, so to speak, that if they were to have a couple slip-ups at 4-4, that would give them 11 wins. But hopefully they'll do better than that.
I certainly hope so.
That
I
can be the
appreciate
plan.
it, Jumbo. But that's what I said at the beginning of or at the end of our pregame show, beginning of this show, Linnell. At this point, assuming they win this game, which the plan right now mentally is that they win this game, you go to 7-2. At that point, you're now in the territory of counting losses. And there's not a lot of losses on the schedule. Now it's the NFL. Anything could happen on any given week. But when you're 7-2, you have that luxury of being able to point out and say, all right, now all of a sudden 11 wins, which hasn't been done since the Super Bowl team in 91. Now that's a legitimate possibility.
Seems feasible. It ain't no pipe dream. It's something like a real deal happened. And I think it
would almost be the expectation.
That's the exciting piece about this, Denton. Like that to me is why I get geeked up, is why I feel like, hey, we got something here. But can I be negative? It's not me being negative. Can I be objective?
Sure.
And we started off the halftime show talking about it. I made a big deal about it in the first quarter. The offense made it not a big thing. Running defense.
It's a legitimate concern, certainly.
Because when you go against, let's just be real about what's happened when Washington's played the best two defenses they played this year. I know you throw Tampa in that mix too. I agree.
I would Tampa and Cleveland to an extent, but Cleveland was a good enough defense, but their offense sucked. So you couldn't do much. Like, as good as you are on defense, if your offense sucks, you're not doing it.
There were times against Baltimore you look pedestrian. There were times against Chicago you look pedestrian. If you're not going to be able to stop the other team's running attack against good defenses, I wonder, are you prepared to win a rock fight? And I could argue that you're not prepared to win a rock fight. You won off of a Hail Mary last week. You almost lost the rock fight last week. Still counts. And I'm not trying to take that away from them at all. But I'm saying when we look ahead to how styles make fights, man, it ain't always about record. When you look at the Pittsburgh game, when you look at the Philadelphia game, those two opponents,
I definitely think right now that the Pittsburgh game is going to go differently than you seem to think. I'm very optimistic about that Pittsburgh game because I don't think that Pittsburgh's offense is very good.
I don't think their offense is very good either. I think they can run it though. I think they're in a spot where they're going to punch you in the mouth offensively. That's what they want to do. They know who they are. It's just, can you stop it? And I wonder, if you can't stop Tyrone Tracy, you're going to be able to stop Najee and Jalen Warren? We got one more call on board. Walter is in Arlington. What's going on, Walter?
Hey, I just wanted to say I got my two boys here.
What's
5
up,
and
boys?
7.
What's up, youngins?
We just got some bonchon, and these boys think this is what watching the Commanders football is like. So I just wanted them to say what their favorite part is.
I like Jaden Daniels because he can run, he can throw, and he can do everything.
That boy.
Yeah,
That boy.
That's right.
And that's true.
That's right. And here comes little Joey.
Look, Joey's got me laughing, man. What's up, Joe? Look, Jake makes you feel the same way.
I love Jaden Daniels.
All right. Well, he's a little too giddy, as we all are. But thanks for letting us all.
Walter, I appreciate you, brother. That is awesome, man.
That's awesome.
Appreciate the call.
That's awesome.
We're
Also
a family
jealous.
show.
I'm jealous.
I am too.
I never experienced this in my entire life.
Sitting out eating bonchon, expecting your team to put up 40 each week. It's a great feeling.
That is a great feeling. I would love to be doing that right now.
Yeah. Eckler just made that was the one thing that annoyed me last week with the run game. The vision of the backs weren't very good. There were cutbacks, lanes open. That's one thing B-Rob is like improved immensely on, is he can see the field really well.
It is positive though that Austin Eckler back on the field. So the second half underway. Yeah. Washington up 21-7. Obviously, second half just started. It's a 2nd and 8. We'll let you know what the offense can do when we get back. It's Burning Go Game Day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Still 21-7. Not a great first drive for Washington in the third quarter, 3 and out. It looked like Jaden Daniels was having issues holding the football. On a second down, he was thrown to Austin Eckler, a check down, and it slipped out of his hands. Then on a 3rd and 8 attempt to Terry McLaurin, he just didn't get it deep enough into it down the field, so it ends up being incomplete. So they kick the ball, they punt the ball right back to New York, and on the first play, Daniel Jones is sacked, but he's hit in the head by Dorrance Armstrong. That's a rough in the passer. Can't do it. Negates a sack, and it gives the Giants 15 yards. Not good. Not great, as they say. That's Washington's 3rd penalty for 29 yards. Ugh, hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. You get a good pass rush, and then you smack the quarterback in the face. I'm all for, in general, smacking Daniel Jones in the face, but do it where the ref can't see. You know what I mean?
A-Mac took a considerable amount of offense to that. So I like that they're bowing up and stopping the run. And that was only one play, but
hey.
So I went away. Full disclosure, I went away to use the restroom, and I didn't make it back in time. What happened?
Dorrance Armstrong hit him in the face on a sack.
Did he get a sack though?
He sacked him, but he hit him in the face. It's
penalty?
one of those things. He's fighting through the block. His arm extends, and he basically palms Daniel Jones' face mask. It was impossible to miss. It was a great play, though.
Wow, is that Malik Neighbors? He is alive, people.
He is here.
He's at the stadium.
Daniel Jones made history, Linnell. Mike Garafolo tweeted before this drive started. Daniel Jones is the first quarterback since 1991 to have 0 or fewer passing yards with 1 passing touchdown in a first half of a game with 5+ attempts. That's like a LeBron stat.
Congratulations, Daniel Jones.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
But Daniel Jones made history, though. Way
to slight the king. Well, you're trying to say that LeBron's stats are fluffy?
The LeBron stats, they come up with like the weirdest thing in the world because he's so good at what he does. Is like LeBron is the only guy to hit 2 left-handed floaters in the third quarter of a road game in Indiana. And you're like, what?
Yeah. LeBron James, the only guy to chew gum and dribble at the same time. Good stop, though, by the Commanders' defense. It looks like Brian Daboll's being an idiot and keeping the offense out. I like this. You want to talk about a guy that's really stepped the hell up recently? I don't even want to. Mikey Sainristil.
Mikey Sainristil's that guy.
He defines physicality.
4th and 1 for the Giants. You have to go for this. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You're down 3 scores and you're 2-6. Like, if you're not going for this, you're a lunatic. And they get it because Daniel Jones is a giant and he just falls forward for
no pun intended. Huh?
2 years.
He's a giant.
He has 6'5", you know?
He is big.
So they get that. They keep this drive moving. It is nice to see that Malik Neighbors is alive as someone that bet him to have over 6.5 catches. So personally, I'm not terrified with it, especially when the catches aren't for massive gains. But they're stopping the run. They're forcing Daniel Jones to throw, and that allows your guys to pin their ears back and get after him.
Yeah, that was my big reason as to why it was so important to stop the run. You make them one-dimensional, and they're even worse offensively. And here we go.
I mean, they're throwing the ball down the field now. They're just going to attack Malik Neighbors, which they should. I mean, this is how they're going to be successful in the second half. You can't run down 2 scores at this point.
No.
At that point, the clock is not your friend, and then you just give the ball back to Jaden Daniels, who's then going to run it out.
They're showing the impact of this running game right now. They slowed it down on the Fox broadcast. Like, the play action is sucking these linebackers up in a way that is tough to watch.
Malik Neighbors got to be careful the way he's holding that football. Someone's going to punch that bad boy out.
It looked like he was trying to extend it, which is interesting. It's not like you're in
20 yards down the field.
It's like you're at the goal line or something, or near the sticks. But yeah, I think like that was my concern about the run defense initially. Like, I didn't think they would get gashed the entirety of the game, but now their play action is real. It's not, it's not a dummy play action where you're not fooling anybody. That's my concern with the inability to stop the run. It's more so because of that. And now your linebackers who aren't good in coverage, if you're going to be real about it, that's not the strength of Wagner or Louvu.
Louvu is a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
They play the middle of the field pretty well, but you don't want him, going 10 yards down the field in coverage. That's not a win.
Dante Fowler's a dog.
Dante Fowler is becoming that dude. I mean, this dude right now, Linnell, I feel pretty comfortable saying this. He looks like the best pass rusher since Kerrigan, the way that he's played recently. He is getting after the quarterback.
And the way Dorrance on this play, if you look at 92 on the left, the get off that he got was amazing.
That's Dante Fowler's second sack.
And then Phil Mathis is pushing the pocket. Like they're playing well as a unit up front. And this is the matchup I wanted to see. Mikey versus Neighbors. Mike versus Malik.
I mean, Malik Neighbors is a borderline elite wide receiver already.
Yeah.
And Mikey Sanders still, I've said this, you've said this, his only flaw is that he's short.
Yeah.
He does everything else so well.
It's a good throw. Short of the sticks, though.
You still got it. I mean, if I'm Brian Dable, I'm still going for it. Like, you're
just
not
because of where you're at in the game.
I mean, what are you going to kick a field goal? You're down 3 scores.
Yeah.
You got to dare Washington's defense to get off the field. And if they do, like, tip your hat to them.
Yeah.
But
that ball was nearly incomplete, too. San Francisco was an inch away from
it's a great catch.
From that being a deflection. But no, like, San Francisco has been awesome. And I love just the way he plays. He embodies, like, Commander football and what they're trying to be. He's physical. He's not scared of nothing. And he'll, whack you in the face. Like, it's not – there's no fear with that young man. And I love that about him.
Big fourth down, they're going for it. And Neighbors runs way short of the sticks.
Yeah, I think
they gave him a very favorable spot. You can't award something like that, man.
I think they're gonna give him forward progress.
They're rushing to the field here. They don't want to see that one looked. Anthony's losing his mind in there.
That's good. That's good cover. He's trying to get the ball. Did they get the playoff in time? They did.
They did get the playoff in time.
And then he drops it.
Could you imagine if he throws a pick the next play?
It's like in Madden when you hit the X button too many times.
Too many times.
Throw it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's so
I mean, Neighbors has had 4 receptions on this drive.
I love that
it is
for
an
you.
effort. I love it for me, too. It's an effort to get him the football, though. Because they didn't get him the ball the entirety of the first half. I don't think they threw it.
They were too busy running the ball.
It's actually a terrible spot.
Yeah, they blessed.
I'm a little upset that Dan Quinn didn't get a challenge off.
Yeah,
he's not great with the challenges.
No, his trigger finger's a little slow.
It's a little slow.
That's okay though. But now, like, see, they haven't run the ball well, right, Denton, on this drive, but the play action have worked every time.
Every single time. I mean,
so
this is the best Daniel Jones has looked in weeks.
Yeah.
He actually looks like a feasible quarterback right now.
That's what he does against us. It's
They're marching down the
thing.
field. I mean, they got the ball inside the 20 now with thanks to a 15-yard completion. Darius Slayton. He's completed. This is a 11-play drive already. 4 passes to Malik Neighbors. They've run the ball a few times, but really not for much. And then Darius Slayton had that 11-yard catch on 3rd and 13, which then led them to go for it on 4th down. And then they just had Darius Slayton for 15 yards. It's like Jones is actually making good decisions, and Washington is, because they're playing the run so hard, getting gashed.
Yeah.
So to an extent, it worked in the first half. If you're Brian Dable, you run the ball to set up the play action. The problem is you're down 3 scores. Or 2 scores, rather.
And that's a massive problem.
That is a massive problem, although it looks like they're going to at least chip into that in some capacity.
Right. So that's why I agree with what you were saying. 4 down territory for the Giants. It got to be the mentality.
Every single time. Every single time.
You're struggling to get stops. And you got to hope that your defense can force Washington into a turnover, or Washington makes a mistake. It's probably your better opportunity.
And at this point, a field goal does nothing.
Yeah.
Like, the drive has been great for them, but they're approaching 7 minutes of clock now, eaten up with this drive, which means we're in the back half of the 3rd quarter. So if you leave this drive without a touchdown, I'm not suggesting that the game is over at that point. There's still a lot of time left, but you put yourself in a really tough scenario in that you have to capitalize both on defense and offense moving forward. At least you have a little bit of wiggle room if you score here.
They put you in a very compromising position, as you're trying to allude to. But this is my thing, right? This is why you don't play the heavy box, because you don't want to give up big plays. And I think if you're the Giants, you're going to rely on these long 11, 12-play drives.
They're going to have themselves a 4th and 1 here.
Yeah, and I just don't think it's sustainable in terms of like playing mistake-free football for that long. It feels like the Giants' offense right now is like that Commanders' offense back in 2021. That we won 3 in a row, and Antonio Gibson is running the ball well, and you were dominating time possession.
All right, we'll stay with it for this 4th and 1 here. This is a big drive. If the Commanders get off the field, you got a long field ahead of you, but you keep the Giants off the scoreboard. This is huge. They're already 2 for 2 on 4th downs so far this drive. Daniel Jones throwing, that's a touchdown.
Wow, wide open.
That's wide open. And there's a flag. Hold the phone. He's celebrating. That's going to be a touchdown.
Oh.
Well, we will wait for the official flag. I'm going to guess that's on Washington, though, just based on the way that everyone is.
Yeah.
No, that's on the Giants.
What do they call? What do they call?
They called a pass interference for the pick. The pick is what got him so wide open.
And Dable's like,
Brian Dable's losing his mind. You got to be he's too obvious about this. Yeah, he just shoulder checks him.
Yeah, that's interesting. Skinny Dable's upset. Darn. Poor Giants.
Not really. I don't care.
Yeah.
Screw them.
Oh, so that's
now they have to kick a field goal.
10-yard penalty?
It's a 10-yard penalty.
I
You
don't
get
know
the
if that
down
was
back,
5.
but that's going to be a field goal. All right, so they're going to kick that field goal. Oh my God, did he just miss?
No,
he sliced it in there. Oh,
barely.
It has to be crazy windy out there because
Yeah.
Jaden's had issues throwing the ball. The kickers are slicing and dicing. Brian Dable looks like he's about to smack a ref. It's 21-10. Washington in the lead here. The offense going to be back. Oh, he just snuck that one in. Offense going to be back on the field when we get back. It is a Burgundy Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. So the Giants settle for a field goal on that drive, 21-10. 4 minutes left to go in quarter number 3. Washington has the football left on a 1st down and 10 from their 30. Jaden picks up 16 with his legs. A giant DB, they blitz him, Linnell, and the guy, he just gets faked out by Jaden.
That's embarrassing.
I mean, he's running with his arms up, looking like he's about to jump. Can't do it. Jaden just steps up, slides, smooth operator, picks up 16. Not exactly smooth on the slide necessarily. In fact, it was the opposite of smooth on the slide. But this offense is now moving the ball down the field. They just connected with Ben Sinnott on a 3rd and 1 for a big gain. Love seeing the rookie tight end get involved here. Jaden's smooth, man.
Yes,
Great block by, is that McNichols or Eckler?
Look at this. Good.
I mean, that's Chris Rodriguez. Great block on Brian Burns.
Damn. That hurt. And it didn't even happen to me. I know that hurt.
That's another guy. Yeah, you look at like Rodriguez, you look at De'Ami Brown, guys that don't get a lot of opportunities, but taking advantage of it when they get it today in the absence of Brian Robinson for the Commanders. So they're now across midfield. They're up 21-10, looking to add some more points here.
Oh,
I mean, these guys are running today.
I like that.
That's Chris Rodriguez getting some carries now.
That's what we need to see. I didn't know how good he would be with the carries, but that's the running. That's the element that they miss without Brian Robinson. Is that physicality? It's the run you over. It's the yards after contact. Like that stuff matters, man. Yeah. It matters because at the end of the day, when you get into December and January, it may be your biggest strength. Is that like maybe no one wants to tackle you? Good gracious, elephants on parade.
I mean, now you're getting to a position. The Giants
they're leaning on them now.
They don't have a great run defense. Washington didn't run a ton in the first half. They don't really need to. I mean, Jaden's playing awesome.
Milk it. Yep.
But now they have 23 carries for 101 yards, and Chris Rodriguez is starting to pick up some yards. They don't want to hit the Giants right now. They do not want to tackle.
They don't, and I don't blame them. Like this is now I'll do when I noticed it. You said Austin Eckler was on the first drive of the other half. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's playing. So we were a little worried because he limped off at the end of the first half, but he is playing and he's making some plays. Just picked up 5 yards on a catch out of the backfield.
Love to see that.
I'd like to see a little bit more Zach Ertz, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I got an over Zach Ertz 36 and a half. He has 1 catch for 5 yards.
Yeah, I think he's at a spot where it's like, hey, you were good in the first Giants game. Don't really need him here today.
Well, if you don't need him, I'd much rather take a win over a $5 bet.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I'd much rather take a win.
Ooh, that was like a spear. But no, like, their offense, we were talking about this at the half. Like, I don't remember the last time or ever, I guess, where I've watched the Commanders team and went, man, they're going to score every time they touch the ball.
It was that Kirk year with Jordan Reed. Remember when they scored 42 against Green Bay? Was that 2016, 15, something like that? That was
that team was similar to this,
but this team feels a little bit. I mean, that team had a much more sound group of skill position guys. You had like Jordan Reed, Garcon, Deshaun Jackson. This group they have the most explosive quarterback that this organization has had. He should have run it on that 3rd down.
He should have threw it to De'Ami. Tried to.
So that's going to bring up a 4th down. I can't imagine that Washington's going to go for it here. I would imagine the field goal unit's going to come out here. At this point, you're just playing, keep away effectively on the scoreboard with the Giants, and the field goal unit is going to come out here. So you still are hopefully coming away with some points here on a 4th and 4. I'd love to see that play again.
That annoys me.
Jaden probably should have stepped up and ran it.
It is what it is. But they rolled offensively.
They did.
I was happy to see Chris Rodriguez get going, get him some confidence. But that's why I keep saying, like, you can do better than Chris Rodriguez, though. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, I want a better back.
Field goal up and good, so it's 24-10.
If B-Rob is going to miss time. And I think it's safe to say that, like, the position he plays, type of ball this team plays stylistically, like, he may miss more time. Don't let that change who you are. I think I would damn sure want another back. Just my thought.
I mean, if there's one available, sure.
Now you're about to. Is it a free agent? Is it a vet?
Well, yeah. See, the question is who's available, because there's not. It's not like there's a lot of guys that are just kind of out there looking for work right now.
Yeah.
Rodriguez has 3 carries for 15 yards. I mean, listen to this split on the carries. Sorry, Jeremy McNichols, he's not playing great. He has 4 carries for 7 yards.
Yeah.
Jaden has 5 carries for 37 yards. Rodriguez, as I just mentioned, has 3 for 15. And then Austin Eckler has 11 for 42.
Balanced.
I mean, they're averaging on 23 carries, 4.4 yards a carry for 101 yards and a touchdown.
Doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't get better than that
That's
at
what you
all.
want. I'm looking at like this list of running backs, and it's not impressive.
It's not.
I think that's why I was like, I'd trade for a guy, man. Like I'm going right to Jacksonville and trying to get Tank Bigsby or Travis Etienne off of them.
So
Wow,
here's the
weird.
problem with that. I need Jacksonville to win.
Well,
we need Jacksonville to win because they got Philly.
Yeah.
It's a late window game. It's in Philly. You need a Jackson. If Jacksonville wins, Philly is 5-3, and you'd be 7-2.
Yes. So that's a game and a half.
So that's a game and a half. So I'm a big fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars today.
I agree with that. If they win, probably less inclined to make the deal. So I see what you're saying.
Right. So if a tie would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I could do a tie.
Something like that. All right. The score is 24-10.
Man.
Washington leads the Giants with 33 seconds remaining. The defense is going to be back on the field. Let's see if they can get after Daniel Jones and not make him look like an actual good quarterback in the NFL. It is a Burgundy Gold Game Day presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Entering the fourth quarter here. You're watching on YouTube. Throw those fours up in the chat. Remember that bit? Commanders up 24-10 over the Giants. The Giants going to be faced with a 3rd and 10 from their own 20-yard line when they resume play. You get off the field, give the ball back to Jaden Daniels. If the offense gets on the field again, Linnell, with a 24-10 lead, I'm taking a shot down the field on 1st down. Just putting this one away.
If Washington gets up, 31-10, I'm pulling Jaden.
I would too.
I'm pulling the starters.
I
don't
31-10, whatever it is if they score on the next drive for them on offense, I'd pull Jaden too. There's no need to put him out there.
It's like just yucky. So I would be better be safe than sorry in those situations.
I mean,
but all in all,
they just got a 1st down. Daniel Jones delivers a strike for 11.
Yeah, but all in all, like they've done whatever they wanted to do offensively. What have we seen? 2 punts?
2, yeah.
So light day for Tress,
which is always good.
Yeah, I predicted what I predict 40-17.
Yeah,
we're on pace for it.
I mean, it's still a potential. I don't know if Washington's going to get enough drives to score 40 points,
right?
The rest of the way, but you're on pace for it because the Giants can't move the ball. They're still running.
I give a lot of credit though to the Giants for continuing to run. That's what we beg other teams to do, or wonder why other teams don't do it against Washington. They're trying to keep their foot on the gas with that because they know there's a potential of one popping. But hey,
they had 115 yards rushing in the first quarter. They have 156 for the game.
Yeah, it's credit to Washington though. I give Washington a ton of credit. They've improved the run defense. They're playing a hell of a lot better.
It'd just be nice if they don't have to be, allow 115 yards to get good at stopping the run.
Right.
That would be my ask from this point forward, is to not do something like that.
For sure.
Daniel Jones delivering strikes. Malik Neighbors is just good, man.
That was another Neighbors grab?
That's another Neighbors grab. It's 5 for him. He picks up what looks to be like 15 yards there. So they're moving the ball down the field, throwing it.
The question is now, can they punch it in the end zone? They got screwed though. The Giants did on that pick play. Like that was a touchdown. Like I give you that.
I don't.
I mean, I'm being objective. I just think it was bad. From my vantage point, at least, just was not.
Well, Washington's been doing the same thing with better spacing. You got to coach up better spacing for your guys. I mean, it's those details that it really comes down to.
A little friendly fire.
Theo Johnson can't catch.
Yeah, I was a huge Theo Johnson guy coming out of the draft. Just big, physical, can run. But he's been a disappointment here today, at least. It's a tough catch, but it's a drop still.
You still drop. You got Frankie Louvu, and you got to take advantage of that one if you're the Giants, and they don't.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones right now is 12 of 17 for 76 yards.
It's been one of the worst days I've ever seen.
God, Frankie Louvu's hurt.
He's hurt.
Yeah, he was the one he got drilled on the friendly fire. So he's the one that's down right now. Remember, he had been dealing with a shin issue.
Did he get hit
this year?
It's the one thing that we've gotten really lucky with is injuries. We haven't had.
Maybe that's Phil Mathis. John Conn just tweeted Phil Mathis down on the field.
That's even worse.
That's even worse. Unless they go for a D tackle in the next 2 days, but then I guess that almost forces you to look at that market over the next 2 days if that is Phil Mathis that's down on the field.
Yeah, they're saying it's Phil.
Yeah, it's Phil Mathis, not Frankie Louvu. That's on me. Sorry, Tribal Chief.
Well, if it was Louvu, like you got Jordan McGee in the cut. Like I like him. It would have been a big loss, man. If it's Phil, that's what I'm getting at. Their depth on the interior, the defensive line is like key. And I think Phil, I've been saying it since like week 3, taking on the double team and not getting moved better than anybody that they have, including Duran and John. You can't lose Big Phil. I'm surprised they're out kicking their coverage up front with the talent they have in their front four. I think
it's a great football term there.
Yeah. I heard that from somebody. None of my thoughts are original.
Well, usually that's how you describe someone when they have a beautiful significant other.
Yes.
You out kicking your coverage.
Yes.
Like I, for example, out kicked my coverage.
Shout out to you. I hope that is received well from your lady, who I assume is listening.
It's like,
well, I should have known.
No.
But you force her to watch wrestling, so God forbid she takes a Sunday to herself.
So I don't force her. She likes to watch wrestling.
Okay.
It was at first it was forced, and then she fell in love with like Cody Rhodes and like all these other people, and she's like, I can get down with this.
Oh, God, you know how annoyed I get about that guy.
She likes the bloodline too. Big fan of Roman.
Hard not to be. Hard not to be. You know who I'm a big fan of? Jamar Chase. They didn't score a touchdown. We haven't gone around the NFL yet today.
We got an opportunity now with the injury on. So let's take a minute to go around the NFL. I don't know if I gave Anthony the sounder to that. So you want to do my sounder? Do your Adam Pohl impression?
This is Around the NFL on Burgundy and Gold Game Day.
Pew, 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 pew.
I sounded just like Adam Pohl. Holy hell.
We'll go to Atlanta. The Falcons up 21-13 over the Dallas Cowboys. We care about the game a little bit, obviously, because it's a division rival. But Dallas is not very good. They're not much of a threat in this division. It's going to come down to Washington and Philadelphia. The Bills up 20-13 over the Dolphins. The Dolphins did lead this game at the half, but the Bills scored 14 in the third quarter. So they're up 20-13. If they win, they're 7-2, and the Dolphins fall to 2-7. They might be in sell mode at that point. So keep an eye on their roster at the trade deadline. The Bengals up 31-10 over the Raiders. This one isn't close. Joe Burrow is 22-27, 177 yards and 4 touchdowns. Not bad for old Slim Shady. Not as much luck for Jameis Winston today in Cleveland. It's 20-3. The Chargers up over the Browns. Justin Herbert is 14 of 19 for 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. J.K. Dobbins has a touchdown as well. Quentin Johnson, the guy from TCU, 4 catches, 118 yards.
That Quentin Johnson?
That Quentin Johnson.
Wow.
Big day for Drake May. The Patriots are tied with the Titans 10-10, but Drake May is balling out. He has nearly 200 yards passing, a bunch of yards rushing as well. He's doing everything for the Patriots offense. Excuse me. He has 124 yards passing, but he has 74 yards rushing. So he's about 200 yards total, but he's doing everything for the Patriots. That offense sucks. Here's one that you definitely didn't see coming, Linnell. The Panthers up 17-16 against the New Orleans Saints. The 1-7 Panthers, quarterbacked. Let me just double check this to make sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Quarterbacked by Bryce Young. He's 12 of 16, 144 yards and a touchdown. His team's up 17-16, and the Ravens are dismantling the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, it's an embarrassing.
And I just missed a fourth
down.
Did I just miss a fourth down? Is that what happened? No, I didn't miss a fourth down. All right, sorry. It's 38-10. Lamar Jackson is 16 of 19, 280 yards and 2 touchdowns. Derrick Henry has gone over 1,000 yards for the season.
Wow.
He has 18 carries, 85 yards. By the way, it's week 9. And that is around the NFL. Back here in the Meadowlands.
Yeah, you were going to say Lando.
I was going to say something else. It's 24-10. The Giants got a second. And sorry, I saw Jaden getting hyped on the screen.
He was yelling at Malik Neighbors for running backwards.
Oh,
no
classic.
Big deal. Just a couple of guys.
A couple of guys. I hope they still have that.
There's your 7 catches that quickly.
Hey.
There's your 7 receptions.
There's my 7 receptions. That bet, by the way, I hope Malik Neighbors did not take it. That's just giving money to Jay Daniels. I can't. I mean, I'm
about to say.
That's just giving
I forgot
money to
about
your friend.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I honestly forgot about the bet.
Well, the NFL was like, you can't do that, even though guys have been doing stuff like that for
years.
They just do it with jerseys, like, oh, you got to wear this team's jersey or whatever. But
gambling, schmambling. But the Giants right now, offensively here in the second half, don't look like the same unit running the football, and they've committed to it. They've continued to try and run it. So I'm going to give credit where credit's due to Washington because I'm critical of them, and
I mean they've done a much
they
better
deserve
job
it a lot of the time. But
in the second half, because it was 15 carries or 17 carries for 115 yards in the first quarter, they now have 30 carries for 162 yards. So that's a much better percentage in terms of stopping them. You just shouldn't have to get to the 17 carries for 115 yards to get there.
Yeah, Malik Neighbors is like all of a sudden just going crazy.
I mean, I don't know why. I understand they were having success of running the ball, but in the second quarter, I don't know why they weren't going to Malik Neighbors. I mean, it took them until the second half to realize that number one is actually the best player on the field for them.
And the great part about Neighbors, he's so good after the catch. It's not like you got to throw him posts and dig routes.
Like you could. He's elusive. He's gonna make guys miss. Yeah. So the score's 24-10. There's 10:30 remaining. That Brian Dable's going to challenge this, isn't he?
They didn't
give him the first down there.
That caught me off guard. I for sure thought he got the first down.
I mean, they gave him a very healthy spot on a previous 4th down. I for sure thought he got the first down there.
Huh.
New York's going to challenge that. That's going to be huge if they miss it.
So his knee, I don't know if the ball had crossed the plane yet or the ball had passed the marker.
The line to gain.
The line to gain, yeah, whatever the hell you want to call it. It was really good coverage from Sanders, though. He was in his hip pocket.
I mean, sometimes it is just good on good.
Yeah.
And, I mean, good on great, rather, because Malik Neighbors, he's a great wide receiver.
It's not premature. You can get away with that. I have no argument for you.
No, he is that.
I just wonder, like, with Samerson, we brought this up on the pregame show. And this could be one of those things that just have a trickle-down effect all the way. I look at Washington's inability to stop the run is because they're playing the most light boxes of any team in the NFL because they're scared to death on the perimeter, getting beat deep. If you acquire another trustworthy corner, does it improve your run defense naturally? Because you can commit the extra defender.
I would say so. I mean, I would hope so at least. I mean, St. Juice got called for a PI on this drive. He is so hot and cold. Word to Katy Perry. Like there's some times where he is locked in and he's playing great defense. And then there's other times where he's doing just a bit too much, but that a bit too much ends up getting you flagged for PIs, right? So like I have no idea how I feel about him.
Phil Mathis being evaluated for a concussion.
Not great. Not great.
Not good at all, bro.
Not great. My long lost cousin, Sheldon Day. Time to step up. Why do you laugh at that?
Well, because I forgot your last name is.
You don't think he and I look alike?
No. I think it's the fact that he's like 6'4".
Like 6'4", beefy.
Dreads. That day with dreads, ladies and gentlemen, that'd be something.
I thought about that once in life and then was immediately told, like, you probably shouldn't do that. And I was like, yeah, I shouldn't do that.
It's good sound advice you received.
Yeah, it's good sound advice.
That's what I would say.
I don't think I've ever trusted a white dude with dreads.
I think it's fair to say. I think the only white dudes that I know with dreads are those weird twins that twins that have the face tats all over them. I don't know if you're familiar. You don't.
Oh, the hip hop duo?
That's what they were doing? Okay. So the call did get reversed, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first down. All right. When we get back here, we'll let you know what the defense can do if they can get off the field here. It's 24-10. There's 10:30 remaining. Remember, the clock is not a friend to the New York Giants at the moment. It is a Burgundy and Gold game day presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Big drive for the Commanders coming up here, Linnell. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live. The Commanders up 24-16 after the Giants march right down the field. Another really impressive drive for them. 13 plays, 80 yards. Throwing to, there's a lot of throwing from Daniel Jones, too. He delivered a couple of really impressive strikes.
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors, Darius Slayton. He looked good.
Playing catch up. Washington allowed a couple of chunks in the pass game. I just think Malik Neighbors is good. So you can only hold a dog under wraps for so long.
You got to score here on offense. You have to, because your defense can't stop him right now. I mean, Daniel Jones is not a great quarterback, but he's 17-22 for 115 yards and a touchdown. He's looked really good in the second half. He had the rushing touchdown where he trucked a couple of Commanders. Fowler didn't get a good look at him, but he still's in that highlight package.
Yeah, that's tough. You're right. I don't have a ton of confidence right now defensively, but
I got confidence in Austin Eckler.
Yeah,
he takes it back to the 35 on the ensuing kickoff. He got vision, man.
Yeah.
When it comes to kick return stuff, he has vision.
It's crazy because I feel like it's been a while since we've seen him pop one.
Right.
Like a good return.
Because he had that touchdown in the first couple of weeks that was taken back with the Ballore holding. And he had a really good return on the Monday night game against Cincinnati. He took it like 60 yards across midfield.
Kid is good when the ball's in his hand. It's just about getting him the ball in his hand a little bit more, which I think we can do. I think we will do.
Jeremy McNichols to start the drive for Washington. You're gonna see a little bit of running here from the Commanders, but you just got to start stacking first downs.
Yeah, I'm wondering, man, if Washington has it their way, the Giants may not see the ball again.
That'd be perfect. I mean, the perfect scenario is an 8-minute drive here where you score a touchdown, you give them a minute left, down 2 scores, and the game's over.
Like that's kind of how,
and
it
that's
feels
something
like.
they're capable of doing because they've had a couple of long drives already during the game.
They have, and I'm paying attention. We're trying to, at least, to when they snap the football, how much time is left on the clock.
Jaden. Come on, Jaden. His accuracy's been a little off this half.
You know, you can say that about last week a little bit in against Chicago too. That was the accuracy was an issue at some point.
A tad bit of an issue. So like Washington's had a 6-minute drive already. They had a 5-minute drive as well. They're not putting together those 8-minute drives. But if you can take a lot of clock off here, this third down is huge. Super huge. It looks like they missed a holding of sorts on Zach Ertz.
Yeah. He was wide open. But this has been interesting, though.
Oh, all right, there you go. Wow. I mean, Austin Eckler is him today.
Holy cow. If he didn't have a handful of jerseys, he might have scored.
He might have scored. I love Austin Eckler with all my heart. That's great by Jaden, too.
The one thing that, concerns me with Jaden, he did it on this last play. He has a tendency to drift backwards in the pocket.
He's backing up.
It's like giving him more time to.
But I will say,
vision.
One of the things that's nice is a couple of weeks ago, your first 2-3 weeks of the season, he's just tucking and running when his first read's not there. So the fact that he's sticking in there, understanding, I think that shows a great understanding of the concept of what the play is, and knowing that he's going to get a guy that's open here. If they're blitzing the way that they are, someone's going to be open, and he found Eckler for a huge gain. Keeps the clock moving here, although I don't know why it stopped. That was an injured Giant down on the field.
Drew Phillips.
But now Austin Eckler took it inside Giant territory. You're at the 36. Yeah. It's just such a Austin Eckler. I've said this a ton, Linnell. You're probably tired of hearing it. He's one of the best, if not the best, free agent acquisitions this offseason across the NFL.
I think when you consider value, how little he costs you, and then the impact that he makes, you damn right. I'm going to say with my chest, best free agent acquisition.
He has 80 total yards, 40 receiving, 42 rushing, and a touchdown today on 14 touches.
That's how you do it.
And that's not even considering what he's done in the return game, because he had a very nice return to the 35 to start this drive off.
That's how you do it. Looks like Jaden just gave out a super lengthy play. So I hope it's something fancy here.
It's just eating the clock out, too.
Yeah, they're already about to be under. The 7 minutes is already here. But they've picked up that chunk to Eckler, kind of made it like.
I mean, that was really that was a definitive play there for Washington and their offense, especially because you would just have that incompletion earlier. So to get that, not only just the first down, but to get the clock moving again was huge. Yeah. On the ensuing first drive, it's a gain of nothing. 1 yard maybe for Jeremy McNichols. He's the one running back that's been kind of struggling today. He has 6 carries for 10 yards.
Yeah, it just feels like they're not doing a great job creating holes. And McNichols, this is his type of running where he gets to put his foot in the ground and make a decision and get north and
kind
south.
of running with the football.
Yeah.
Off tackle there looked like from the shotgun. Like that's Jeremy McNichols running. He takes that 2nd and 9, 8 yards for 3rd and 1.
That's a big dude.
That's a huge play from McNichols.
I'm looking at his arms. Like he's
jacked.
He's jacked.
I mean, between him and Austin Eckler, that might be the 2 biggest jacked running backs in the league.
About to say, man.
Austin Eckler about to go home after this game and curl 100 pounds.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the bicep curl club. But man, they may do it, Denton. How much time are the Giants gonna have to when they get the ball back?
Hopefully none.
And they're now being purposeful. Look at when they're snapping the ball. They're doing it on purpose now. I love this.
And the Giants aren't stopping Eckler.
No.
This is a beautiful thing to see. All right, it's 24-16. There's 6.5 minutes left and counting here. Washington with an opportunity to add to their lead, make it a 2-score game, and effectively end the game on this drive. We'll let you know what the offense does when we get back. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day, presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. No touchdown, unfortunate, but you get points. 27-16, an 11-point lead.
But then the red zone is such a problem. What are you supposed to do?
Hey, 20-yard field goal is good. I'll take it.
We can take it. I'm
3:46 left to go. The Giants got to score twice.
I leaned during the break, I leaned over and I said to Denton, bro, we're 7-2. Because that's where I'm at right now. I told you all I wasn't sticking on this game for too much longer. I'm already on to Pittsburgh. I'm ready for you all to chastise me during the week about how I'm gassing the Steelers and how they're not as good as I say they are. Finish this game first, but you have some momentum going into next week if they can continue to be dominant the way that they've been. It's been the game is not as close as the score indicates it is how I could best put it, my brother.
I mean, I would agree with that. This team looks really good. Really, really good. I mean, Jaden is 14-21, 166 yards and 2 tutties. And I would have loved if they ran it on a third down instead of throwing it, just to keep the clock moving. You know, on a third down, Jaden rolls out looking for what looked like Ben Sinnott, kind of just throwing it away on the third down. You made a good point. I mean, getting sacked wouldn't have been the worst thing there because you're not getting sacked out of field goal range. You keep the clock moving.
Jaden's such a good teammate. He was probably like
trying to get Ben Sinnott a touchdown.
Andrew, I didn't want you to mess up your pass block win rate. I didn't want you to get a sack put on your resume. That's how good of a teammate my guy is. Are you benching? I don't know. I'm so eager to just pull him early just because I think it's a flex. Yeah, we don't even have to play our guys the whole damn game. But this has been cool though. What score I say? 40-17.
40-17. I mean, it's still possible. Daniel Jones, maybe a pick 6 coming up here. Like you're going to see a sense of urgency here, which is exciting because it means you're going to let Dante Fowler and Lawrence Armstrong and these guys pin their ears back. Dante Fowler already has 2 sacks for the day. He forced a fumble as well. It was a sack fumble.
Yeah.
He has 6.5 sacks on the year.
Yeah, I was about to say he's playing well. You made the comment. You said best edge since Kerrigan?
He's
like
the
way
best
he's
edge
playing?
Since probably Kerrigan. I mean, Montez Sweat was good here, but he never transitioned into great. He never had double-digit sacks. Dante Fowler's on pace for double-digit sacks this year.
Yeah, he's playing good ball. The one thing about Fowler that I worried about was like he's not the biggest edge when it comes to like being physical in the run game and setting a hard edge.
Right.
He's made plays in the run game like slashing underneath and stuff, but like that would be if I had a concern about him, that'd be it.
So the Giants are going to start to throw. Obviously, they need to. They're down 11 points.
They have to.
But it's going to eat a lot of the clock up. They still have all 3 of their timeouts. I mean, a turnover here would obviously be great for Washington. It would basically seal the game away for all intents and purposes. But Daniel Jones is picking up chunk play after chunk play. He looked for Malik Neighbors. There it is.
You got a pick?
Oh, there. And then he fumbled. Oh, geez.
Oh, wait, did he pick it up? Oh.
Hold on. There's a lot going on here. I'm going to think that Quan Martin was down by contact. I'm going to be optimistic. Daniel Jones is complaining. I hate you, bro.
You have no cut cards for Danny Dimes, bro. But what? Oh, that's a penalty on. That's on Mikey. He had his hand around his waist.
So they're going to get a pass interference call. We're also looking at the pick just to see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's down by contact.
So not a he got the ball punched out so easily.
So wait, hold on. So they declined the pass interference because they're electing that Quan Martin fumbled. But Quan Martin did not fumble. He was literally with one knee on the ground being touched by Darius Slayton. Hold on.
Yeah,
why is this not
happening?
Why is this not being reviewed? Somebody got to get in Dan Quinn's ear. That shouldn't be a fumble. Like the Giants.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's going to challenge that. He should challenge that. It's not a fumble.
Yeah,
it's going to result in the pass interference being accepted, obviously. So it's not going to mean like you're fighting over a couple of yards here, but that's not a fumble.
And Sanchez just gave a good piece. Automatic review on the turnover. So, like, you ain't really got to burn a timeout. But this is a weird play. And we're at that point, there's 2 fouls on the play, both on Washington. There's no
because he's clearly
got handsy too.
He's clearly down.
Yeah.
Like, that's how Slayton's able to punch the ball out because he got a knee on the ground. It's a clean catch by Quan Martin, but see, he's down there. Now, admittedly, like I'm arguing for 6 yards because they're going to say that it's not a fumble. The pass interference is going to be then accepted, and they're going to get the ball there.
If this was any other scenario, it would matter a little bit more. But I see what you're saying. You're not crazy for
because you
just don't want to get cheated.
You don't want to get cheated at the yards here.
And that guy, I don't like this ref.
No, he's
he's a bad ref. Like, the best way I could put it. But gosh, this one's Denton. We've been doing this show for a while. The game's going to be over before 4:00. Like,
hopefully,
that's because they're running the ball.
They're running the
Both
football
teams
like
are running
crazy.
it, keeping it on the ground. I love what I'm seeing.
So the call was, I was correct. That's going to be ruled as an interception down by contact. But then the Giants are just going to accept the pass interference. So you save yourself about 8 yards max, maybe if you're Washington. But in a situation like this, you'll take the 8 yards and hope that Daniel Jones makes another mistake.
Yeah, it's not a bad bet. I mean, he's a guy prone to making mistakes, Denton, but
he does it very often.
Outside of the run defense in the first quarter, I'm going to give the Commanders their flowers again defensively. They play well. They've done some good things. I think this offense bailed them out. I don't know if bailed them out is like a slight.
No, they definitely bailed them out because the last 2 drives for the Giants have been walking down the field.
This is what complimentary football looks like, though. Your defense doesn't have to be perfect.
Right.
If your offense and your special teams are going to make plays. But I still feel the same way. I have concerns about the run defense. But once again, it looks like the Commanders have handled the team that they're supposed to beat. The other thing, too, that I would like to see a little bit. Oh, wow.
Daniel Jones just throws a wide open touchdown pass to Theo Johnson. No, they did that with a lot of time, too.
The fat lady is not singing. She can actually put said microphone down. Because this was.
Man, you would jinx us when you said the show is going to be over by 4.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, the show still probably is over by 4. They got to stop us, which I don't see happening.
I would hope not, but they do have the benefits. So they
going for 2.
Scoring, yeah, they got to go for 2. It'll make it a 3-point game. Yeah. So you got to go for 2 if you're the Giants. It makes sense. It's huge if Washington stops it. But the thing about scoring as quickly as they did is that you now have a 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts. Yeah. So you have a bunch of different ways to stop the clock, but it obviously is going to be a bit rough if Washington stops you on the 2-point attempt. Because then you have to, no matter what, score a touchdown.
Wan'Dale Robinson, I'm calling my shot. Wan'Dale Robinson, slot to the left, lined up against Noah I and Quan. They bracket him. Good coverage. Wow.
You got to get to Daniel Jones. They get to Daniel Jones.
Yo, gosh, he's been showing a lot of emotion recently.
Hey, as long as it's negative emotion, I'll take it.
He's just tired of being terrible. I don't blame him. Like, if I sucked, I'd be angry too. That's why I'm never angry.
So the score is 27-22. Giants 0 of 2 on the 2-point attempts. Take that, analytic dorks.
I mean, Theo, darn it, Theo. He should have thrown it to Theo. I'm so glad that I'm not a Giants fan. Like, you guys, that's terrible.
I would like to say something, though.
Hold on. Can we introduce you? This is our resident Giants fan that's producing our show this afternoon.
Depressed.
It's been in hell.
Giants fan. Yeah, it's been tough. But we're down by a touchdown, 240. And you hear how happy you guys are? And I'm stressed over here. And the reason is we haven't got Jaden Daniels off the field.
I'm about to say, if we can get a little drive chart action going, I got it pulled up. I can tell you the last how many times Jaden Daniels has been stopped today. Punt, touchdown, 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 punt, field goal, field goal. We've punted twice.
It's 2 more times than the last time these 2 teams played.
It's an astute observation, my friend.
But this is going to be
this is over with, though.
No, it's not over with.
They got to run the ball.
There's
3 straight times.
3 minutes left. They have 2 timeouts and a 2-minute warning.
I'm calling
this is a big drive for Jaden. This is a big drive for Jaden. This is a big drive for Cliff. You've had success running the ball off tackle from that shotgun formation. You know, getting your guy on your left side, running right off tackle with Austin Eckler and Jeremy McNichols. But you're going to need some sort of big play here. You have to keep the ball moving. You have to keep chains moving because if Brian Dable is smart, they're going to burn all timeouts now. You burn all 3 timeouts before the 2-minute warning to ensure that you have the most amount of time left, thinking that your defense is going to get a stop, and they got Chris Rodriguez on the field. I do feel like that's an important thing to mention.
That means they're about to hammer this thing. Oh,
and Chris Rodriguez gets 2 yards. It
That'd be
almost
real.
looks like Jaden should have kept that.
I want to win I formation, Jaden bootleg to start. Just to say, hey, don't forget about this guy.
I don't know that I love having Chris Rodriguez as the back here.
Man.
I'm gonna trust the personnel here, but unless Austin Eckler is dealing with something, there's not a chance I'm taking Austin Eckler off this field.
No, he's
they got the big boys in, by the way, because Terry and Luke McCaffrey are on the sideline.
Yeah, he's definitely dealing with something. Yeah, they got Sennett lined up as like a wide receiver. Yeah, they're running it, which I don't blame them for.
I am stunned
Yeah.
that Brian Dable didn't take timeouts
Oh.
before the 2-minute warning. Oh, buddy.
Get down, OZ. Wow.
Too easy.
That's
too easy.
That's 200-yard passing day.
That's 200-yard passing day for Jaden Daniels. He fires a wide open OZ. Wide open.
That's a
for 42 yards.
Game over. You knee it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's over.
so they still got 3 timeouts. They still got the 3 timeouts here. So, like I was about to say, I'm stunned that Brian Dable did not burn timeouts before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
So that way you keep, but he didn't. All right, well, let's you know what the 2-minute warning or what Washington's offense does when they're back from the 2-minute warning is 27-22. They got a 1st and 10 in New York Giant territory, but the Giants still got 3 timeouts. Don't go anywhere. It's Burning Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day, Linnell Willingham. We are presented by Rude. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Rude and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit RUUD.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Giants can't stop the Commanders. It's 27-22. The Commanders going to have a 3rd down and 1 at the 3-yard line, it looks like. The Giants just burned their 2nd timeout. This has been a very impressive game from Jaden Daniels. Impressive running performance. Not the best running performance in the world, but very quietly, Linnell.
Yeah.
34 carries, 151 yards.
That's what you do. It's exotic. It's smash mouth. It's football.
It is all those things.
It's all those things. I like that you see the number of carries. That to me is the indicator, right? I said it in the pregame show. When you went up against Chicago last week, Baltimore 2 weeks prior, felt like in those games you kind of got yourself away from the running game. Jaden Daniels is a season high in pass attempts. That was a man's run by
Chris Rodriguez.
That's
That's a
work.
game-sealing run.
That's dog work. So much so that I'm giving it to him again. Just let him score.
I'll get him into the end zone.
He
Or
earned
Luke
it.
McCaffrey.
Yeah, Rodriguez quietly.
But Rodriguez stopped
toting
at the line and then just pushing forward.
Yeah, leg strength.
He has now 11 carries for 53 yards.
That's
you want to
impressive.
talk about utilizing reps? Hot damn, Chris Rodriguez, have a game.
I love it.
So now it's a 1st and goal, a minute 37 left. There's no timeouts for the Giants. Washington is either they're gonna score here.
I selfishly want Jaden to throw a touchdown. 3 touchdown performance helps the MVP.
Great. Oh God,
It helps the MVP case.
It put him back into 10 touchdowns. It put him at 10 touchdowns passing for the season. He has a 200-yard game, which is great.
Jaden Daniels in this game, 15 of 22, 207, 2 tuds. What do we call that? Jaden Daniels continues to.
That's a.
They're not scoring.
That's a 68 completion percentage.
Why
by the
are they
way,
not scoring? Dan Quinn, you classy. You know what?
They're
Why are
in
you
victory
being-
formation, taking a knee. Not looking to make any enemies.
Wow, look at those rushing yards, Jaden Daniels. Anybody had Daniels over 40, you're screwed. I mean, that's a dagger. I mean, good gracious.
I think his number was close to that. He has 37 on the game so far. She's going to take a couple of knees here, so we'll probably have 35. Yeah, you're going to let this one wind down, take another knee. You got the time. This is, I mean, Linnell, they're 7-2.
It's silly.
It's crazy. They're 7-2 on the season. It's nuts.
That means the Giants are 2-7.
The Giants are about to fall 2-7.
Hey, man.
If you look across,
That's a total. I'm sorry. I've been to you before. That's what's so great about this. I've been him. Whew.
I mean, we were talking about it during the break. It feels so weird seeing 7-2 on the graphic because we're so used to 2-7. You're having too much fun bullying him.
It's not bullying. I just know that. Look, bro, when your team just lets you down, like it's the worst feeling. This whole week's messed up. Like, already.
I knew we were going to lose this game, but it's just like the fact that it was somewhat close here.
We finished before 4, bro. That's
Love that.
insane.
Which means the post game is starting soon. You got a couple of minutes to line up on the phones. It's going to be a different phone line. We're shifting studios. So you've been calling the 106.7 line. Don't call that. Doc Walker going to have you with post game on the Team 980. So you got to shift your dial a little bit here. But I do just want to point out across the way, Linnell.
Yeah.
The Falcons are up 27-13 on Dallas with 3 minutes and 16 seconds to go in the ball game.
Wow.
Dak Prescott's out with a hamstring injury. Dallas is going to fall to 3-5 on the season.
Ugly.
They cannot score
And-
at all.
Yeah, that's like, and the sad part about what's going on with Dallas at 3-5 is their schedule down the stretch. It's tough.
And it would also, like, Atlanta's defense stinks. And they scored 13 points against them.
Would you say stinks the proper word? I'm not gonna act like I'm the biggest Falcons.
They're not good. They're not a good defense at all. I mean, they allowed
Enthusiast.
31 to or 26 to a hurt Buccaneers team, 34 to a Seattle team that was struggling. The Panthers scored 20 on them. Like, they're not a good defensive team.
Cooper Rush is in there because Dak's hurt. But
Remember him? He kind of hurt the team a couple years ago.
yeah,
So Washington 7-2 on the season, right?
first time
They
since
win this one
96.
27-22. You were not born the last time this team was 7-2.
I wouldn't even thought about it.
I was 1 year old the last time this team was 7-2. And
don't
now
feel
you get to the point where the expectation is competing for the NFC East with Philadelphia. Everybody should be big Jacksonville Jaguar fans for the remainder of the day. But you're looking at the rest of their schedule.
And
This
your
is
Colts fans tonight too. Yeah.
This is a double-digit win team.
They're at 7.
I mean, they're 7-2.
Vegas had him at 6.5, Denton.
And they're at 7 because of Jaden Daniels.
So where are we putting him in the MVP race right now?
He's behind Lamar. He's behind Lamar and maybe Josh Allen. Because Josh Allen hasn't turned the football over at all. He threw his second pick
Derrick Henry
of
in
the
there?
day. I wouldn't say Derrick Henry, no. Derrick Henry is a running back. You got to break the record. You break the record, yes. But if you don't break the record, no.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, look at the last time that running backs have won MVP. Adrian Peterson did it where he was a hold away from breaking that record.
Yeah.
And then LT did it when he broke Sean Alexander's record. Sean Alexander did it the year before when he broke, I think it was Marshall Faulk's record for most touchdowns in a season. It's like you have to do something iconic if you are a running back.
Real quick, I'm bouncing all over the place. Dante Fowler today, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for loss. How many sacks is he up to? Is that 8.5 now?
No, you're 6.5. So I counted the 2 sacks.
He had 4.5 coming into today.
4.5 coming into the game. He has 6.5 now for the season, which is pretty good for a guy that you're paying like what $7 million for on a 1-year deal. Like you're paying him next to nothing. And
I'm going now and looking at his career numbers. Like how many times is because remember Fowler's a former top 3 pick.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good player in Florida when he's in college.
Career high was 11.5 sacks with the Rams in 2019. He's creeping up on that.
He's getting close to it.
He's
going to go for double-digit sacks assuming he stays healthy because he's really getting into the groove. Like the pass rush for the team is really getting into a rhythm here. The run defense still sucks.
Yeah.
But the pass defense is getting into a rhythm. Just some final stats, by the way, in case anyone is interested. The Giants had 115 rushing yards in the first quarter. They had 164 for the game.
Yeah. I mean,
Washington had 150 rushing yards for the game, too. So they caught up to him, and then Jaden had 209 yards passing. Terry caught 2 tutties. Noah Brown had 5 receptions for 60 yards.
Yeah, Noah proving not just to be a 1-week wonder. He
massive catch, biggest play of the day, yardage-wise by OZ on a 42-yard reception that basically didn't end the game, but it put New York in a hell of a situation.
Yeah, that was tough.
Great play call by Cliff. Execution was brilliant. A nice little boot play action down the field for 42 yards. OZ wanted to score.
No sacks.
You saw him running. You like, oh, he wants to score.
Yeah, no.
he wanted to get in the end zone.
And Washington not giving up any sacks today. Like I'm just impressed, man.
Jaden Daniels finishes with a 128.8 quarterback rating. We'll see what his QBR is when they have time to calculate that. If you want to jump in, 301-230-0980. The DOC, Doc Walker, taking over on the post game, but you got to shift your dial. It's going to be on the Team 980 on the 106.7. You're getting Caps hockey. So go to the Team 980. Doc Walker post game next as the Burgundy Gold game day continues.